things with our department. We service the community, which is seniors, adults, and the youth. And with the seniors, we do feed seniors. We have activities for the seniors, games. We do Meals on Wheels where we deliver to all the community of the seniors. We do like 30+ meals, and we go Monday through Saturday. We have fitness, where there's a fitness center where we have treadmills and different type of exercise machines, free weights, saunas, exercise bikes, things of that nature to enhance your physical fitness and your health. We also have a lot of activities. Some of them have been restricted due to COVID, but we still try to continue and be as safe as possible by doing temperature taking and having everyone to wear masks and whatnot. And we have several programs, dance, yoga classes, sports clinics to try to enhance the kids' fundamentals for the sports that they're involved in. We also have athletics where we do soccer, football, cheer, basketball, baseball. We do tennis also. And we have several parks, which we have Mendoza Park, Odell Road Park, Ruth Street Park, Wilson Avenue Park, Woodland West Park. We have the Cal Tenant Courts, and we also have Ethel Clark Splash Pad, which this summer we had over 1,000 participants to participate with that. But sadly to say, I want to say only less than 50% of that was actually from Spring Lake. So we are getting a lot of inflow from other areas also. We do rentals. We also involved in town events. And with town events, we do the memorial, veterans, 9/11, MLK breakfast, Spring Fling, which has been on hold for a while due to COVID reasons, and etc. We also have, with the rentals, we do baby showers, parties, conferences, luncheons, etc. We also do contracts with the Boys and Girls Clubs, which has our after-school program and summer programs for the kids, and which that is ran by Mr. Russell, who comes in. He does an excellent job with that. Let's see here. I guess any questions from you all?
What are some of your major needs and shortcomings over at the rec center that you want to see filled or that we can help you?
Staffing. Currently we have about 4 employees. We have a custodian, we have myself, which is full-time, we have another full-time employee, and we have a part-time employee. We have a seasonal person who comes in, but they're only here for like the summer, and they're here during like holidays, so that's very, very brief. We kind of struggle with trying to rotate and get around to things, but we're doing the best that we can. We're currently short with a maintenance person, so it's hard to get around to the parks to do all the different things that we need to do with the parks, as in cleaning it up and things of that nature. My custodial staff is kind of working with the staff that we have, and I'm actually acting as a staff member myself, getting around, picking up trash, and doing whatever we have to do to keep this under control, but it has been a struggle.
And you said maintenance person, those jobs are already posted?
Yes, they are posted.
Alderman Cooper?
Oh, thank you. First, I want to say you all did a great job with the swearing in. I know that was a lot of work, but you did a great job, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Second, because of COVID, there may be monies out there to upgrade your some of your machinery, like your some of the things in the exercise room. So you might want to look for that because they know a lot of people have had to stay in quite a bit. So that's something you could look at, and I can also, if I see something, I can send it to you. The other, so you said you have staffing issues. How many positions do you have unfilled that have been posted?
Maintenance is unfilled, and just some recreational assistants, some part-time assistants. I have been reaching out to NC Works, which over the summer they sent some high schools to come and help and maintain the splash pad and help pick up trash and things that we need, which was great. I'm currently conversating with them now, trying to get some more people in, and I do have a few applications where we're looking to hire a few people here in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
looking for repairs to some of our playground equipment. Some of it over the years has been wearing away. It's kind of being a safety issue for some of the kids. So we are looking to upgrade that. And also with repairs to our roof, we're having several leaks where we're having to put several buckets and different things and mop constantly during heavy rains. That's kind of been an issue also for us. We're also looking to see if we can do in the next budget year to get some alarm systems and some cameras so we can monitor and better see what's going on, and we can see exactly, what's going on in parks, because we've had some vandalism issues down at Mendoza Park where they trashed our bathrooms. We have no visual to understand what happened, no leads or anything to get the perpetrators in these situations.
Go ahead.
And another thing is our hours of operation. We used to close at 9 o'clock, and this kind of hurts us doing some of our programs and activities because we close at 7 now, and the Boys and Girls Club, which is very valuable to us, they don't get out of there until 6 o'clock, which only leaves us 1 hour to try to do programs and activities for the kids. Things that I would like to put in, like tutoring programs, book clubs, extra athletic things, yoga classes for the adults and things. We have been unable to really sustain these things with only 1 hour after the Boys and Girls Club leave. It makes it real hard on us to add extra activities. It leaves us the weekends, but the weekends a lot of people is out doing different things. So, I would be looking, hopefully we can do something with that coming into the next budget year.
So even being short-staffed, you would prefer to go back to closing at 9 o'clock?
Yeah, if we could. Anything to try to service the community, we want them to have something to do other than just go home or just play video games for the kids, something more interactive. Because that's what we was doing, before COVID, and we would like to try to bring some of those things back so we can service the community better. Yes.
Definitely. I know throughout campaigning, I heard a lot is we want to see some things out of rec for the youth. So if we could even incorporate maybe a dance night for the teens, or just some extra activities, not just for the smaller kids and just for the adults, but it's that middle age
Yes,
that really needs some activities.
yes.
They're the craziest, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I said they're the craziest, so.
Exactly.
And I do have plenty of ideas for all of them. It's just the time to actually implement and actually getting the staff in to implement it so we can run it correctly.
Do you have any of those ideas that you can share a few?
Things like text and talk night for like the teens where they actually come in, they can still do their little texting, but then they have to interact. We have different things like the dance nights. We do have that as some movie nights where they come in and they can we pick a nice movie for them to watch, something that's encouraging to them and showing them different views of life versus, just the same old thing all the time.
Thank you. Have you thought about trying to see if maybe some of that could be held, or you could partner with the schools? We don't have the benefit of some schools where they have their Parks and Rec kind of runs out of their school or is connected. I've seen that in places. But maybe the schools would let you run a program at their location. That could be possible.
That's a great
And
idea.
then also, you might, with your staff shortage, you could reach out to the high schools and see if they have any students willing to volunteer, because I know two of my daughters volunteered at Parks and Rec when they were in high school. So
Okay.
that's
Yeah, I
an
can look
idea.
into that. Yeah, and I'm familiar with all the schools in the area because I used to work with Little and Black as a data manager. So I can easily kind of get with those principals and see if we can implement some of those ideas. That's a great idea.
Alderman Lackman?
Thank you for the brief. Also, out and about while campaigning, talked to a lot of people. They don't understand, they don't know what you do there. Probably the biggest outreach that you could do is invite people in to gather ideas on what they've got. I talked to a lady that's willing to teach a salsa dancing. She's also willing to teach upstart businesses how to design a web page for free. So that's a untapped resource that's out there. Just the events, I'm writing down a lot of the things that you do here that do not get out to the general public. Hours of operations would be great. How many boys and girls people are serviced here in the afternoons and before?
With the Boys and Girls Club, it's around about 50. And their number's been kind of decimated because of COVID restrictions, but normally before COVID, it was probably about 90 or better.
Okay. And then also, just invite the public in. They've got ideas. A lot of them are free, just like I was talking with one lady about the salsa dancing. That's a great activity that's for young and old, but they just need to have a point of contact. They just need a voice. Whether you say the first Monday of each month, stop in and let's go over ideas on what you've got. Some of them are easily implemented.
Yes, sir.
Samantha, what do we have to do to change the hours for the rec center?
We would just have to let the community know, but it's not something that is an operational item, so the board wouldn't need to approve it. We just have to make sure we have adequate staffing and funds for those increased hours. So from 7 to 9, that's 2 extra hours, a day, times how many days a week. If we're gonna extend every hour's operation, then make sure we have the funds for the part-time staff. That would be the main thing.
Alderwoman Johnson.
I would like to say, I used to work over at the rec center, and they do a good job. And I want to speak a little bit on what, Mr. Lackman was saying, that as far as, when getting out to the public, the stuff is put out there, but it's just a matter of people bringing in. A lot of the children don't have transportation, the parents don't have transportation to get there. The information is put out, and like, he puts it on the webpage, and, a person who knows shared it throughout Facebook. But a lot of times it's just a matter of the children not having transportation, and the activities are out there. It's just the children don't have transportation. So maybe that's something that, I know money is not there at the time right now, but maybe whenever it's convenient or, the funds are available, that the vans that we have there can be able to go pick up the children to bring them to these activities at the rec center so that they can have transportation.
Any other questions?
Well, as far as getting the word out, I know we used to put out those sandwich boards,
Yes.
and that really worked. And also, I think we have to have more time between the time it's announced and the date of the event.
Yes.
Because I know I'm on Facebook a lot, and sometimes I don't see that something is happening until a couple of days before it happens. So we have to have plenty of time from when it's planned to when it happens. I'd say no less than 3 weeks to give people time to spread the word. But I don't know if we can't do the sandwich boards because of COVID, but we used to have them at the library and Walmart, and I think that got the word out really well. So we can go back to those.
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Thank you.
And I have been doing a better job of getting things out lately. That was an issue.
Right.
It was, I can admit that. And, but I have been doing a better job lately of getting things out timely to where the community can know about the way the events that we're doing. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
And lastly, could you talk about the event that's going on tomorrow for us?
Yes, Breakfast with Santa. We will be having a toy giveaway. The Kiwanis Club has been helping us out along with a fully loaded grill. We will have pancakes and sausage for the kids. We will have arts and crafts for the kids, a lot of fun ideas and things like that. And we have lots and lots of toys to give away for the public. It will be from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. I think we'll be getting started in the morning roughly about 7 o'clock. We're already set up. We're ready for everybody to come in, tables and setting things. And kids will be able to take pictures with Santa, but parents will have to bring their own camera and photograph their child. Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Y'all have a
And
great
thank you
day.
for your flexibility, I know we kinda ran.
Oh, it's fine. I'm here every day, so it doesn't bother me one bit. All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
congratulations to all of y'all also.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
So we hear from the clerk.
Good morning, Mayor and Board of Aldermen.
Good
And
morning.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, with us, we work very closely together, so I work for the board, the pleasure of the board. I did put down a few things when I sent you that orientation packet out here a couple weeks ago about just little things, definitions, open law meetings. Also, you know, what the different definitions are. There's so much, and that's what I explained when I sent the prior email, you know. I'm new to this too, and it's a lot, but I'm trying my hardest to really learn this, you know. A lot of general statutes, a lot of things, and of course, town manager Samantha, she has really helped me out too, and I want to give her thanks for that. She knows a lot about planning and all that stuff, so zoning. And I want to let you know that under our town's charter, you know, 3 or more, of course, is considered a quorum. So at any given time, if you're ever in the building, if 3 people are, it's considered a public meeting, you know, people, the perception of things. Now, social gatherings and things of that nature, of course, is a lot different, you know. Public notice meetings, of course, a special meeting is automatically 48 hours. If you would cancel, now, as far as a regular meeting or a work session meeting, you can cancel those at any given time. Now, to reschedule one, you have to have 7 calendar days. Public hearings, of course, is 10 days out of a, like I would have to put the public hearing in if there's a public, you know, something to do with anything. Voting on it, me and Mayor Kia has been, she's so motivated about a lot of things changing on the agenda. And I agree, after looking at many other different towns, of changing up the agenda, you know, having more information on it, and of course, you know, but you all have to vote on that. Now, that's something y'all have to come together with the agenda. And we're gonna start working, all of y'all start working on what you would like to see on the agenda. You know, I mean, prior to, there's always different things. They had last remarks, they had different things that you can put on it or you can take off, you know, but you all have to come together and vote on that one. Also, I know there's been a lot of things. Come to find out, my computer was still on 1997, so a lot of my minutes were messed up. But I would ask, because I give you all this 5 days prior, and I know everybody's got jobs, you know, and I'm one person, you know, so if you could, I just ask of you to help me come when we do the minutes, you know, because I'm not only doing them, I'm doing the closed session minutes also. And I had, like, again, there's a lot of things on the minutes, and then that's another thing that I see that Ms. Cooper has too on her things to discuss. That's something that we really need to discuss, is how the minutes should be written, you know, and what you want in it, what you don't want in it. So, any questions?
Thank you, Melissa, for all of your hard work. I appreciate you owning up to acknowledging the mistakes and making sure you also acknowledge that you're working and make sure they're corrected. That means a lot. We're all new to this, save one. So we're gonna help you help us as much as we can. We're all, like I said, we're learning. So we've never worked with you before, so it's a whole different dynamic. And I do look forward to us, you know, learning and growing together. There were some small things that we wanted to see change on the agenda, like making sure that we alphabetize the names of the Board of Aldermen on the agendas coming up.
Okay.
Do we want to go ahead and get into the discussion of the agenda now, or?
We have a, item for that at 11:15.
Okay, awesome. Well, then I'll save that for then. Did anyone have any questions for Melissa, comments, concerns? Alderman Hooper?
No. Good morning. So I just wanna say this, we talked about it, so I just wanna make sure I say it in front of everybody. You know, I really believe in training. So, you can probably find some trainings on the, NCLM board, NCLM webpage, and also School of Government, so that you can get up to speed with what your duties are, what your requirements are, and understanding things that may come up, where we need your expert opinion. So that's the only thing I have. And thank you so much.
Yes, Alderman Cooper.
And I know I've sent a lot of people your way for the sunshine list. I just want to make sure that we as a board in the dealings with the public, that we do get as many people on the sunshine list so that they know, they understand, and if they can make it to come to the meeting, they will. So yes, I have sent a number of people your way to get signed up for it, and hopefully there will be a lot more, and we will have more engagement by the public so that they see what their local government and you being part of this board has going forward.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how to set up a distro list?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, you got one?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Yes.
because I think we're all gonna be sending people to get added to the, it's our hope to have thousands on it.
Alderman Palacios?
All right, good job saying my name,
You
Mayor.
spelled it out phonetically. If I mess it up, then it's
Okay, so when I know that you sent us a lot of emails, right? When it comes to events that other organizations are handling and they send an invitation to the town, does that go generally directly to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Direct director should be sending me also, so I can send to the board. Like yesterday, I get a few things, which he usually do. The street light, the tree lighting and everything like he does.
Yeah.
And me and him, he'll send me whatever thing's going on over there, and then I'll send it out to the board or whatever. So, sunshine list, I really don't, because, but I could. I usually just send it to you guys and all the department heads or even the employees. But me and Coach Z, he's new, I'm new, so we're working together to make sure effective communication is happening, because that's what it's all about.
So if, I know we got the Reeves Across America, how quickly, as an example, how quickly do you send that and distribute that to the board?
Well, actually, yesterday, it popped up on my phone, actually, and then Fire Chief has sent saying that there was trucks sitting back here, and they were all the wreaths for the sand hills tomorrow. And I'm like, oh wow, okay, so let me send it. And then I called the executive assistant to the fire department, Miss Carol, and she said, hold on, I got a program I'll send to you. Because actually, so I try to get as much information I can, and then of course that came about. So
Yeah, I appreciate the ease of access we have when it comes to adding those things to our calendars, and that's very helpful, keeping us on track. So if I have this correctly, you manage our calendar or something?
yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so things like that. And then, so if Reeves Across America had sent that to you, let's say 2 weeks ago, do you typically just send that right out to us?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But I like I said, I gathered all this information, and Miss Carol sent me.
Yeah, that was just a weird.
Yeah, that was
situation.
just like, but usually, anything with NC League, if there's anything coming up, I'll send it out. Mayor's Coalition, I'll send it to everybody, even though, in case some people wanna go, because it is an open meeting. Well, sometimes we're doing it virtual, but, you can go to where they hold the meetings at. Anything that pertains to local government or government, anything, I always send out to you guys.
Okay.
Which is a lot of the North Carolina League of Municipalities.
Okay.
There's a lot of things there that you always get in different classes y'all can take or whatever.
All right, thanks.
And one last question, what do you see as your greatest challenge?
Not enough hours in the day.
I think we can help with that one.
And actually lately, I've been working till 7 o'clock, you know, so, you know, to try to get things, done, and so I don't forget, because like I said, it's a lot. Of course, in the past, different, and again, staffing, you know, we're all experiencing that, you know, here in the town of Spring Lake. But now I was like, it's rather for me to do everything at night and have everything set up, so that I don't have to work, you know, forget things, you know, so. But yeah, I'm just, not enough hours.
Is there anything that we can fix?
Can I get a deputy town clerk?
If that's what will make your job easier, then that's something we can look at in the future.
Yes.
Of course,
Because I am also the assistant to the mayor and the town manager, you know.
Well, thank you so much. Is there any other discussion? Awesome.
And
Thank you
again, I
so
look
much.
forward to working with all of you.
Same here.
Thank you.
So now you get to hear my voice for about the next 5 hours.
Yay!
Sorry, people who are watching on YouTube. But I have a very southern accent. All right, and unfortunately, some of these department heads couldn't be here, so, moving forward, and we're gonna talk about this later in the day, so I don't wanna get too far ahead of myself, but, I would like to have every month the department head come into a board meeting, the work session or the business meeting, and just give you an update, what's going on, just to kind of have that relationship building and you to see who they are and see what's going on. I just think that's something that's important for the town and for you all to know, because you'll get manager reports and things like that, but, that way they're just kind of a face with a name and, that sort of thing. So you heard from the clerk, thank you, Melissa. Human resources is pretty, you're thinking, okay, that's HR, that's pretty self-explanatory. We have one person who is our, AP, or it's not AP, payroll, excuse me. And that's pretty much and that's Mr. Terry Hawk. And I have your onboarding packets, that's one of our agenda items we'll go over later today. But he does everything dealing with, personnel as well. So he does payroll, but he also does our HR functions. And some of the HR functions you may not be aware of, is risk management. So we do have, risk management is gonna be your workers' comp, safety type stuff. And right now, we don't have an active safety committee, but that's something we'll be starting pretty soon back again. And there'll be representatives from every department on that safety committee. And then there'll be a lead person assigned, and one function of that committee, will be going around making sure all the buildings are safe, making sure we're in compliance with, OSHA standards, and, so that's gonna be happening pretty soon. Again, our insurance is with the league, so we have workers' comp, property liability, and part of that risk assessment, risk management is making sure that our employees are staying safe. So not only is it building safety, but it's also employee safety. So doing some initiatives, it could be anything from education about heat-related illnesses, when it's real hot during the summertime, to, trip hazards. Don't even look this way, but little things like that, But it's just part of the risk management, and making sure we stay safe and keep our deductibles low. You'll see in the budget, as we go through the budget, how much our insurance is. Which is just standard when you have a town facility this size and you have to carry workers' comp on each employee. And then payroll, so payroll, we have bi-weekly payroll, and as part of payroll, we have a very old payroll and accounting system, it's called ICS. We are gonna be looking into some new financial software, but it really would need to be an all-encompassing software for the town, and there are some grant funds out there, the ARP funds, that could be used for some of that. And again, those funds are ever changing about what they can be used for, and we're gonna talk about that later too, so I don't wanna, spoil that for you. But there's lots of tax payments, there's 401k, 457, your state retirement, there's a lot of different reporting, things that happen with payroll each week. And as board members, you'll get paid, once a month. And everyone else is every other week, so there's 26 pay periods in a year. We still do an Excel template for payroll. and then it is manually entered, so there's a lot of room for error. So we're trying to improve that, and kind of bring ourselves into almost year 2022. So, we really wanna work, smarter. We wanna work hard, but we really wanna work smarter than anything, so. So that's basically, they do our, Mr. Hawk also does recruitment, as far as posting jobs and such. We're gonna try to revamp the way that's done too, to really get out there and promote the town, put these things on listservs, these professional organizations, really try to get people, if they're using LinkedIn, Indeed, anything to really promote our jobs, and sell the town. 'Cause sometimes, and I know pay, as we mentioned a lot, pay's not always the only thing. I mean, working for government has good benefits as far as your retirement and your health insurance. We have excellent health insurance. So that's all about HR. Do y'all have any questions about HR?
Alderman Cooper?
Thank you. So, as far as pay is concerned, I hear that a lot
Yes, ma'am.
from different departments, but I think we have to, word it in a way that it doesn't sound negative, because people need to understand that pay is also comparable to the size of the organization. So you would never expect to make the same in Fayetteville as a police officer or a firefighter as you would here. And we need to explain the benefits and the positives of working in a small town when we're, trying to recruit people. That's one. And two, I think we need to do a better job of how we manage job listings, because people apply and never hear back, or we sit on applications too long. I don't think we should be posting a job when not immediately ready to go forward with the hiring process, because you leave people in limbo. So we have to do way better with that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I definitely agree. Anytime you work for a smaller town, the pay is not going to be the same as a major metropolitan city. So, Fayetteville's a great partner and a neighboring community, but they are 200+ thousand people. And a lot of times working in a smaller town, a lot of people work here, they live here, and it's the community feel. And so really just getting back and building that family back, I feel is going to really help us. So, and also about the job posting, when things have happened, and which we'll go into a little bit later, and then sometime we'll have to go into closed session and talk about some other things. But thank you for your feedback.
Thank you.
Alderman Lockman?
And as people have discussed how long they've been here, we're all brand new. Could you tell us how long Terry's been with the town?
Terry's been in town, I believe, about 6 years. He started, Mr. Hawk was also in accounting, so HR and payroll is technically, excuse me, there's its own budget. You'll see in your budget, they have their own budget, but they also have, he's paid out of the finance budget. So, it's because he was also an accounting technician too, but now his main function is payroll and HR.
Thank you.
Yes, sir?
Any other questions? I don't know if you know his hardships, but did he mention to you some of the things that he wanted to see change, or what's hindering him the most?
In conversations Mr. Hawk and I have had, it's I think it's the software issues, and that's really all that him and I have really discussed that I can think off the top of my head. But as we work towards our budget retreat in the spring, we'll be analyzing more of those needs.
Yeah, we definitely have to do something about that software. With Excel is.
It's I don't know if you're familiar with the DOS system, but it's very similar to like a.
To DOS?
Yeah.
Oh,
It used to be like hit keys and.
Oh,
Well, when she
Lord.
said that, I knew it was submitted to somebody.
Oh. Okay, well, yeah, there's that. Any other questions? Well, thank you for presenting for HR. We'll continue on.
Now I am the public services director. David actually she's much taller than me. All right, so public services, different places, this could be called public works, some places it's public utilities, public works, everything, but our public services is comprised of the different divisions. It's gonna be fleet maintenance, so that's gonna be the garage, and like an auto mechanic. And sanitation, which is the employees who go around the big, they're called a grapple truck, the claw truck, they pick up the bulky items. And then we have a streets crew that maintains the streets, sidewalks, those types of things. And then public buildings and administration. So those are the different divisions of public services. And I believe Mr. Redinger has been here for about 5 years, but I'm not entirely sure. So I think he's been here for a number of years. And so again, fleet is its own fund, actually. And I'll go over how that is separated out this afternoon during our budget talks. And sanitation is as well, and then streets, public buildings, and administration is all included in the general fund. Part of streets is also gonna be your Powell bill funding, and Powell bill can be used, we get allocated a certain amount of monies each year depending on the miles of streets that we have that are town owned and town maintained. And those funds can be used for a variety of different things. We'll be looking at a different way to use those funds for this budget as well. So we did a lot of changing last year. We're gonna even work with the board to do even some more changing to help improve our efficiencies. So, sanitation, they pick up yard debris. Mr. David did give me some talking points here. They also do the limbs, the leaves, in furniture, dresser, mattresses, TVs, tires, and then GFL. So GFL is who picks up our trash and recycle. And in-house we do everything else. And during last year's budget talks, we did talk about outsourcing everything, but we kept it sanitation in-house. You know, one effort I would like to see done, and it's been on my list, but unfortunately the list does grow and haven't been able to get to everything I want to get to, so that's why I still want to keep working on those things, is revamping the ordinance and what we pick up, because we pick up everything and the kitchen sink, not everything but the kitchen sink.
Literally.
So, getting some materials out to the consumers and customers about what we pick up. Most towns don't pick up as much as we do. And we have to pay tipping fees and wear and tear on the machines. And so establishing, we do have routes and they run certain areas, but our machines are getting old and we really need to maximize the efficiency of those. So, gonna be, and please y'all feel free to think about different ways to use that. You know, I'm an expert in this and we'll be working with that department too, but could be, you know, changing routes, or could it be people just notify us when they have something. So anything that we can do to increase the efficiency and maximize our equipment. So street maintenance, that includes patching any sort of asphalt, potholes. If y'all get any complaints about potholes, just call them in and we'll put them on the list. Removing dead animals from the streets, lots of grass cutting. And we actually do a mixture of a contract and in-house grass cutting. And so we'll be looking at that as well and analyzing the cost of what we're paying a contractor versus what we're doing in-house. Picking up signs, change out right-of-way signs. Some of the main thoroughfares in town are DOT streets, but a lot of the streets everywhere else, your residential streets, are going to be our town streets. So, and then building and grounds. So we have Mr. Steve Wing, who maintains all the buildings pretty much. Changing light bulbs, doorknobs, putting the lock boxes on the thermostats, cutting grass, taking care of heating and air, pruning bushes, anything you can think of for building maintenance is what's part of building and grounds. And then fleet is maintenance on all of the vehicles except for the fire trucks. So the big fire trucks, we have a separate line item for maintenance on those. So that's public services.
Lit up for that. Alderman Lackman, then Alderman Thompson.
Good morning. I appreciate you briefing us on this. When you're talking about the miles of streets, how many miles of streets does Spring Lake Town encompass?
I should know that, but I don't have the power bill right in front of me, but it's something we can, pull. Mrs. Here can get that, yes.
Okay. And then when you were talking fleet, when you're talking all these vehicles, can you kind of briefly tell us how many vehicles and what sort of vehicles, whether the fire trucks are included, or those the police vehicles, or are they the Parks and Recs vehicles? If you could give us a little more detail on that.
So that would include, and actually a project I've been working on is a fleet inventory, and part of that fleet inventory, I have all the vehicles in a spreadsheet. Department had sent me their vehicles, tag numbers, all that, the VINs, all that, to verify what we have. Because what we have, according to some other records, they're varying, so I just want to verify we actually have this. I can lay my eyes and see this vehicle, see how old it is, what kind of condition it's in, because we're going to be looking to surplus this spring. And then, so also looking at the fuel card system, so we have what's called WEX as our fuel card system, and each vehicle is assigned a fuel card. And unfortunately, the description on some of those are really off, and we're trying to just line all that up, and that may not seem like something that's very important, but it is really important because we need to know what we have. We need to make sure this year when our insurance renewed, I asked to verify every single vehicle that we're paying insurance on. Make sure we can, make sure it's there, make sure it's operational, because there's certain levels of coverage depending on if it's just sitting at the shop until we can surplus it. And then making sure our fuel cards are being used properly and for the right vehicles. And that just, it takes time. It's a lot to do, and unfortunately the system, you have to update the fuel card and the driver profile separate. So, so that's like about 200 different entries. But I'm working on that. We have, once I get that done, I'll send you the full, it's a spreadsheet with each department. Like Parks and Rec has a couple vehicles, inspections has 3, customer service had 3, but 2 of those are down, so they're using inspections because we don't have any in-house inspection staff. And their vehicles are still operable, so sometimes we have to move around, we have to borrow. And there's varying levels in police and fire and all the other departments. So I can't give you an exact number.
Okay.
But I have it all in a spreadsheet, I just don't know off the top of my head. But I will get that to you.
Thompson?
As far as the help with some of the wear and tear on the vehicles, I know a lot, the landfill has been down there for years, and a lot of people not even know it's down there. So if you revamp that, you probably, you know, with the ordinance, what you were talking about, a lot of the small items that they do put on the side of the road, they do accept that stuff down there at the landfill. So maybe on like the water bill or something, you can suggest that, you know, put the landfill, that people take the stuff down there, because that would help with some of the wear and tear on the vehicles.
Okay. Is that the one in Spring Lake or the one
Yeah,
on
the one on Manchester Road.
Okay.
Can I speak to that? The problem is, if you live in the city of Spring Lake, they will tell you you cannot take stuff there because there's something that we don't pay to the county that excludes us from being able to take stuff. If you live in the county, or like I have property outside of Spring Lake, that, you know, I can say, so I can go take stuff there. But if you live in Spring Lake proper, you can't take things there.
Do they ask you?
Sometimes they do.
I mean, because I take stuff there all the time, and
I never got asked.
me either, and I think it's just certain items. I'm talking like the smaller items. Now, of course, they don't take furniture, but like the small metal items and small pieces of equipment and stuff like that, you can take it there. But for its big furniture pieces and stuff like that, you would have to take that to Ann Street.
Yeah.
But I've never been asked if I live in Spring Lake or not.
I have citizens who get on me big time because they're told they can't take even little small bags of trash and stuff. It just depends on who's there, I guess, but they will.
I see this as an opportunity for revenue. If we want to minimize the impact on our equipment, then we set up a system to charge people to do bulk pickup. Even if it's a nominal fee, it's going to bring revenue back to the town, so now we're kind of offsetting the maintenance costs that we're into, or we're getting from, you know, the wear and tear. It's also going to discourage people from, you know, just expecting us to pick up absolutely everything. It's costing the town to do this, so, we are gonna have to pass that cost on to the citizens. I mean, cause it's like Ms. Samantha said, not a lot of communities pick up. We can literally put almost anything on our curbs, almost anything except for, I believe construction debris is the only thing that we can't put out there and be picked up. So if we're putting out, someone's moving and they put out, an entire house full of furniture, we have to pick that up. So a small fee or setting up an appointment schedule, to have the other landfill come out and pick it up. But, us taking on the brunt of this cost, I think is wasteful.
Yeah, in my experience in code enforcement, once the rules are established and set in the ordinance, and then, if your limb pile is bigger than the dimensions that we can pick it up with one claw, we'll tag it, and we'll have code enforcement be following up. If you continue to leave it out there, then it'll be code enforcement action because we can't pick up, 5 couches or whatever it is. And then there's a proper procedure. Once your letters are sent and everything's verified that they received it, you pick it up and then you have to rebill them. So there's other avenues, and we can definitely talk about those during retreat.
And I mean, look at the Grog Street area. That's an example of, excessive dumping, which is legal. And we are responsible for cleaning that up. So Alderman Cooper, your light was first, and then Alderman Workman.
Oh, thank you. Did I turn my on?
You did.
Some of the things you talked about, loose leaf collection, and I know that in some places, they have a specific time period, specific dates from this date to this date that we do it. I think we need to do that as well. Excuse me. As far as, the street, the vehicle inventory. I know there were a whole bunch of cars down at that shop, that were not operable, or what are we doing to, reconcile all of those vehicles just sitting down there?
So that's part of it. Any vehicle, whether they're operable or not, they are on my inventory spreadsheet, and then they'll be surplus.
Okay. And then, you mentioned, the pickup, having people call when I think that's a great idea, rather than our vehicles driving around all over the town every day. You should have people should be able to call, say, I need this picked up, and, that way they're not just going around searching for it, and that could eliminate some of the wear and tear. And, if we had our app operable on both iPhone and Android, people could schedule it through that. So those were my main things. And as Mayor Anthony said, we can't keep picking up the kitchen sink. And they will pick up, sometimes they do pick up construction debris. It just depends on.
As long as it don't have nails in it. Now, Mr. Vandergriff and them will not pick up anything that has nails in it.
Oh, I've seen them pick it up.
They have it anyway?
Yes, I've seen it picked up. And I have citizens who have said they picked it up before, now this time they don't. So we have to stay, within the guidelines that we set and not make exceptions.
Yes, Nathan.
I'm also the trash, I do all the trash too, and get all the calls and everything like that, and I do, Vandergriff and them, that they have a daily route they do that shows the schedule, just the same on certain days. However, cause I had a few call me about the leaves they, needed picked up or whatever. The situation with the trash is the turnaround is so slow. When people call and want a new trash can, GFL, which they're busy too, they've got their daily route. You look on our line, they've already got the 2022 schedule out. And recycling, and what our problems that we're seeing is the drivers, actually 3 of them took off with the trash can this week. They didn't even put it back down, They do that all the time, break the lids, break the wheels off. There's no cost effectiveness with them actually. because they're constantly, I'm replacing 15 to 25 some weeks, trash cans, because of the truck breaking them. And then the turnaround point sometimes is not quick enough, you know, for people who have trash every day. So I deal with that every day, and the bulk pickup and things of that nature, you know.
Didn't we used to have extra trash cans down at the shop? We used to.
Yes, Vandergrift, a lot of times if somebody in need, I mean, real in need, and I'll call him, cause GFL does drop a lot of them off for him, you know, brand new ones, and he can go take them, you know, so me and Mr. Vandergrift work hand in hand with that too. You know, a lot of times someone needs a trash can recycling quickly, you know, cause sometimes, like I tell them, the way GFL has it set up with the scheduling is they'll switch it out. But sometimes people, you know, some people have more in a family, so they got more trash, you know, so. Yeah, that's one of my biggest, you know, problems dealing with the trash and everything, because it's not easy. And then the turnaround points with people, you know, they want their trash cans. A lot of times I will tell Vandergrift, please go take such and such, you know, address, but it's definitely, the replacement trash cans right now is unbelievable.
So for clarity's sake, what you're saying is the problem is they're reporting broken trash cans, they pick them up, but it's taking GFL too long to bring them a new one. Okay.
I can reach out to our GFL rep and set up a meeting to discuss any concerns we have regarding the trash.
Okay. Alderman Lackman?
Thank you, Mayor. As we're looking here, I would love to put a name and a face of the code enforcement officer.
Okay, so, my next slide is about inspections, planning, and code enforcement, if you want to segue into that.
Yep.
After,
Okay.
you got one more.
So then I can tell you that.
Okay.
Great. And then on the number of cans, it comes out of our taxes. Is that based upon 1 can for recycle, 1 can for waste per household? How is that done? Because several people have multiple cans, 2, 3 cans, other people have 1. What is the cost basis per resident?
So, it is part of the bill, and that was one of the items that went up last year in our budget retreat, or budget adoption. It was 308 now. Yeah, it's right around there. And you guys should have a copy of the rate fee schedule too. But you get 1 trash and 1 recycle, and then you can pay for more. You can pay and get more cans, and then on our bill, it's laid out differently. But you just have to pay for that can.
Are we enforcing that, or are we charging people for multiple cans?
We should be if they ask for it. Yeah, I think it goes on their utility bill, doesn't it?
Renee,
Yeah.
Whenever somebody, and actually when I do tell them that they gotta pay for another one, they'll say no. However, in the past, under our charter, it's supposed to be 1 can, 1 trash can. But there is a few people that do have, but the minute they tell me they got another one, actually this one man had like 6 of them, but Vandergrift wouldn't pick them up, so.
So how often do we inventory?
Alderman Lackman? Okay. Alderman Palacios.
All right, a little weaker on that one.
Sorry.
So when it comes to the streets, what kind of work gets contracted out, if any?
So depending on, like, say we have a water sewer, a main break somewhere. If it's over a certain size, probably smaller than that rug, we would contract that out. We could do some pretty simple patching, filling in any cracks with the sealant or cold patch. But anything larger than, I'm really say about the size of that rug, we would contract it out. We don't have a roller. We had one, but it's broke down. I think it's probably beyond repair, but we'll be discussing those needs during the budget talks as well. But I know that's not, in a lot of sidewalk projects, we also contract out, just due to making sure, the cross slope is right and the slope on the sidewalks, ADA, making sure all that stuff is compliant. Sometimes we do contract that out as well.
So, how long do we let a project sit there that needs to be taken care of before a street repair gets done? Is it based on a citizen just asking about it, or?
So if a citizen asks, has a complaint on their street, we should be taking inventory of all of those needs and then getting them taken care of. Ideally, they're taken care of immediately, just depends on how much they cost. Or if it turns out that, the pavement is eroding away because just wear and tear, or is there an underlying issue where it's creating a sinkhole or there's a water sewer leak, and before we repair, we need to replace some infrastructure. And in all honesty, we do need to get better at that. And part of we're also gonna be doing a paving study. We're gonna try to do it in-house, and use other resources that are free to us to do an assessment. Cause it's not that difficult. We do have ArcGIS, so we can utilize some of our in-house stuff, and just have to prioritize that.
So, we have hypothetically a street that goes bad in regards to the water, and it all has to be taken up. Is that all included in the budget to account for things like that, or is there no money to? How do you guys typically handle that?
So there is maintenance in every fund. In every department, there is a certain line item, and in streets, there is a maintenance fund. We do have the power bill funds, which are also used for that, but ideally, we won't use those for large paving projects. But yes, we do have maintenance funds, which is what that is, yeah. So any specific area, if y'all would like to send emails, that way we can go ahead and start compiling a list, or I can add to the list that Public Services already has. And part of the monthly report that we used to send out, Mr. Vandergrift would send Melissa, we patched this, and this, or, we did,
Great.
they'll send all that out.
Okay. And then you said customer service vehicles. What customer service were you talking about?
The revenue, the utility, the water billing, where you pay your water bill, customer
Yeah.
service, they have the meter readers. It's in that department.
Meter readers.
Mhm.
Okay.
And, we had we have 3, now we have 2 meter readers, and there's 3 vehicles for them.
Awesome.
Good.
Alderwoman Cooper?
Thank you. So, going back to the trash cans, I think we need an inventory done. Because I really don't think all the people with extra trash cans have been accounted for. That's one, and the thing about what you said about the streets, there are places that I know people have called in several times, and I think we need to find a way to track those people and let them know when we've got it scheduled, or if we can't schedule it, why we can't schedule it. Cause, I see places where we have barrels and cones, and they're practically trees growing up through them. So, I think the people in those areas deserve a response or some type of information about when we're gonna fix it. Like, I know Marvin, you all have had a cone or barrels or whatever on your street, over a year?
Raul.
I'm sorry.
I know.
Palacios,
You too,
I'm
huh?
sorry. Alderman Palacios, you all, cause I know I have to go there, cause I have family there, and we can't even barely turn around and, to get out of the street.
So I'll go ahead and, I guess let the cat out of the bag kind of thing. We have an app that, Alderman Cooper spoke about earlier. We have a new website. And the app, that's not utilized nowhere near where it should be, it actually has a function where we're gonna use it as a work order system. So we currently don't have a work order system. But, as we were getting invoices, I was like, what is this invoice for? And so, of course, we looked into it, called the vendor, had a demo, making sure what we're paying for. Cause, I didn't pay any deal unless I knew exactly what it was. And it's got some really cool functions. And part of that is, they can go on the app or they can go on the website and send a complaint in, and then we can respond back to them. We can have automated responses. I don't know if you've ever put a complaint in on DOT's website, but they will email you back, like, updated. So that is something that we have, that we just haven't been utilizing. So we're gonna be using it for an internal report system to keep up with how long complaints have been in, and how long it's taken us to fix them, and then that automated response.
Yes,
And, you know, someone will also be, okay, you know, thank you, Ms. Jane Doe, for your, we've looked into this, and this is what we did.
Yeah, because, I mean, if somebody took the time to say this is a problem, I think we should respond in some way within a certain amount of time.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Any other questions? Awesome. Thank you for reporting for Mr. Baker.
All right.
Oh, one question. I didn't ask what was his biggest complaint? What's hindering him the most?
Equipment, staffing.
Equipment definitely, because that's all you hear is, this is down, and
Yeah.
this is down, and this
Yeah.
is down.
Yes,
Equipment
definitely.
and staffing.
Okay, so now thank you for reporting for Mr. Baker.
So now I am, the inspection supervisor.
You have so many.
And so right now in our inspections department, we do not have any in-house staff except for Miss Lynn Hickman. She is the, inspections clerk, she is the admin, she does the zoning, she does, planning, she coordinates anything related to inspections, planning, and code enforcement. When I first started, I did, have code enforcement directly under me, and inspections was a little bit different. But through the budget process, we, unfortunately had to do some reduction in force. And then we did have the, inspection supervisor who did, leave to take another position. So, now we didn't have anyone in-house. So this is twofold. The inspections, we have a part-time inspector who we contract with. They do our inspections. It was really important to get somebody with some experience. And this person has level 2 and 3s, inspection experience. So they get paid a certain, pay rate per hour. And then, if they come, it's a minimum amount per day. So, it's a minimum of 3 hours a day. Just, you know, we don't want to waste somebody's time for one inspection. And if somebody wants to call in a special inspection, then they have to pay to bring that contractor out. Which is, it's very common in any place. If you want an after-hours inspection, you have to pay extra, which we'll put in our fee schedule for next budget year, or maybe even amend that sooner. But either way, so that's what we're doing now, and it's actually, it's working pretty well, due to the number of inspections and plan reviews that we have. It's working. So I'm pleased with it. It's a huge cost savings to us, because it's not a full-time employee. We don't pay, you know, any benefits. We just pay the contracted rate and then their mileage that they use while they're here. And so on the code enforcement side, we also outsource that. That was something that we changed in the budget. And we kind of limped along until right around November. Ms. Lynn Hickman and the former inspection supervisor did it, and then we finally had to break that and go ahead and hire that contractor. We use InFocus. That is who does our code enforcement. Mr. Bill Bakley is our code enforcement officer. Any code enforcement complaints you would send to Ms. Hickman, or myself or Melissa, and we'll get those to Lynn. And then we put the list together and give them to him when he comes. During the winter, he comes 3 days a month. And then whenever it picks back up for tall grass season, around March or April, he'll come more. But it's a full, signed, sealed, delivered package. They do all the pictures, the letters, follow-up, abatement, which is the cleanup. And then in-house, we would follow up on liens and invoicing and those types of things. So, that is what we do. And then planning, our planning department has, for as long as I can remember, and as long as Ms. Hickman has told me, that they have been using Cumberland County to do the town's planning. We budgeted $34,000, I believe, to do the planning, because we don't have the capacity in-house. I do try to help with that some and make sure I'm reviewing any of those plans and such, especially for new development, as an AICP planner. So just really making sure the town's getting what they need. So that's kind of how everything is outsourced, and Ms. Hickman, she is the, she keeps it all going, she keeps it all together. So anything related to that, just email me or her and we can assist you. I will be part of the economic development report. I use data from her about COs for businesses and such, and how we can get on the agenda packets, the new businesses that have opened, so you guys know what's going on.
Awesome. Do we have any updates for the current land use plan that they're working on?
Yeah, so I'm on the steering committee for that. We had our public open house, which there was, I think she said around 120 plus people, which is amazing for an open house of a town this size. When I was in Clayton, we didn't have nowhere near that many people. So it's really awesome. I was really, really just proud of that. Cumberland County and Ned, they worked really hard, their comprehensive planning division. We have a great website. I actually just sent y'all all that information. It's got a lot of statistics about Spring Lake that they pulled from Esri and, the ACS and different data groups. So I'll send that to y'all. But it is coming along. We did the open house, and then we have stakeholder meetings in January. So they may be reaching out to some of you about being on a stakeholder group. And so that is consider it like a focus group, specialized, has the same questions, but we'll have residents together, and then we'll have business owners, infrastructure, schools, and really just to get those different categories of people to network and kind of build off of each other. It's just part of the planning process. And then once that, we'll have a draft plan. They'll do the draft plan, and then we'll look at that, and then more public input, and then a final plan. We're looking for adoption, I think, late summer. But that is a very critical document for this town because it hasn't been done in, I think, about 20 years.
2001.
Yeah. And that guides the growth for the town. So any zoning decisions need to be based on that land use plan. And it's a strategic plan. I mean, it's a comprehensive plan, not just land use, but it'll talk about all infrastructure, all types of things. So it's very important. I'll make sure you guys have all the information about that.
Any questions? Alderman,
I have a question. Some citizens they have a Spring Lake address, but not actually in Spring Lake, and they want to know what they need to do, like try to get annexed in. For instance, the people up on Manchester Road in Overhills, and then on Bass Road from the bridge on up, they were wondering because they can't go. They have a Spring Lake address, but I don't know what they need to do to try to get annexed in.
Mm-hmm. So, interesting enough, most people don't want to be annexed. So, and annexation, involuntary annexation is no longer allowed. But voluntary annexation, which is what that would be, there's contiguous and non-contiguous annexation. Contiguous would be it abuts the town limits, and then non-contiguous would be considered a satellite, which would stand on its own. I want to say the satellite annexation rule is 3 miles, and I need to double check the statute. So if you're more than a certain length mileage from a town limits, you can't be annexed. And then your satellite annexations can only be a certain percentage of your town. So that just prevents urban sprawl, pretty much is what it's considered. So the Overhills, there is a subdivision in that area that they have sewer that we maintain, but the county owns it due to a grant, I think, from a number of years ago. But if you'll send me the specific information, it really just wouldn't be one house. It would really need to be an area. A lot of times you'll see non-contiguous annexations for industry or large commercial. But I'll be happy to meet with you individually to talk about that further.
awesome. Alderman Cooper?
Thank you. Inspections. One of the things on the list was the map of Spring Lake proper. And I wondered if we could all get that, because there are a lot of pockets, and I think we kind of need to know what is actually the proper boundaries. Like, I know Highway 87, the side where the hotel used to be is the town, some of it, but across the street is the county. So I thought that would be helpful for all of us if we could all know what actually is Spring Lake. And I usually pull it up through GIS if anybody's interested. You That was
And
one thing.
and just so you guys know, Lynn does have those maps, she actually has, several of them, I just got one from her a couple days ago, about a week ago. So, she does have extra maps that highlight Spring Lake Common, Spring Lake proper, and county area.
And the land use plan is actually a Spring Lake area, it's not just town limits. So it's a, pretty much everywhere that's a Spring Lake address, where a lot of, comp plans are gonna be your town limits and then your ETJ, but here there's not ETJs, there's MIA, municipal influence areas, which are kind of similar, but they're under county jurisdiction, not town.
What's ETJ?
Extraterritorial jurisdiction. So you have planning, zoning, and inspection authority in those areas, but they're not in town limits. So it allows you to control the growth that's around your town. Since when people are coming into the town, they see that too, so.
Could we, as we are working on businesses that are working to come into the town, we used to get that, can we get that so that we know what's on the horizon?
Anyone else? Awesome.
I got a question. Is that the ones you hand out, the maps you was talking about a minute ago? The map, cause people ask me about like town maps, but I still got the maps from when I started working here, and I know that's way outdated. But I'm still handing them out, cause that's all I have. I don't know if that's the same thing.
It may be, how long have you been here, about 5
Yeah,
years?
no, like since like 2014. So
No.
yeah.
I don't think we've had many annexations since then, so the only thing that would change would be if there was something that was annexed.
Okay, so I'll hand them out. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we can look at them together and see.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Bernard.
Sure.
Anyone else? Awesome. I believe it is time for us to hear from the town manager.
Right. So I am way behind on my schedule, I apologize.
I'm sorry,
Underestimated
you guys are
questions.
okay. I would much rather, take our time and get this information than rush it.
So, council manager form of government, and we will have a break, I believe I've scheduled it at 10:10.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
So you still have 15 minutes.
Okay. Alright. So, council manager form of government, that is what, Spring Lake is governed by. And some people have a strong mayor, where the mayor is the manager. But here we do have a manager and then a board of aldermen. Next. So this is the general statute for, how this operates, and you can see there, appointment of a city manager, dual office holding, in the charter where it provides for their council and manager form of government, the council shall appoint a city manager to serve at its pleasure, based on their executive administrative qualifications. The manager need not be a resident of the city or the state at the time of appointment. And then you can hereby declare to be an office that is held concurrently with other appointed but not elective offices. So some charters do say that, and some towns have a requirement that the manager does live in town, some don't. It just depends on the town. But it's not a general statute requirement. So the manager and the town manager manages the daily operations of the town, keeps the town running, is the, not the owner of the facilities, but the manager of all the facilities, the keeper of all the funds, the budget officer, and works very closely with the town clerk and the finance officer and all the other directors. So, anything that goes on in the day-to-day of the town, the manager oversees that. Next. So this is the organizational chart for the departments. And you can see there's the town manager, executive assistant, well, that position is currently vacant. And a side note to that, I will be proposing that we hire a senior administrative assistant type position, advertise for that. That position, and this is, department heads don't even know this, but it's just my proposal. A lot of our departments don't have admins. Some do and some don't. And that function is important, but I don't think it's that we need an admin assistant for each department. So the departments don't have one, they could all share one, and then that could also be the assistant to the mayor, the board, and then the town manager. Really try to use that position, and maximize efficiency there. So I'm real big into, not having presenteeism, so people are at work, they're working, there's lots to be done. And so having positions that do more than one thing, if they need to, that's what we need to do. Cause as you can see, we have lots to do here. So, that is a proposal that will come before you. That position is budgeted right now, it's just not funded. We'll probably keep it open, the executive assistant, until, the budget year, next budget year. So inspection supervisor, customer service, which is the utility, the water billing, public services, water resources, which is water, sewer, stormwater, in the plant. And then we have police chief, fire chief, recreation parks, and senior. There used to be the senior center was a separate department, senior center director, but that's combined now. And then the finance director. So all of those positions, they do report to the town manager. That is their direct supervisor. And then, say there is not a department head, if there's not an acting department head, any staff in that department would report to myself. So, and next. And then this is the, actually, can you back one more? Or back one more? Back to the. So back to the council manager and the different departments. All departments are equally important in the town. Some have different functions than others, but every position, no matter what level it is equally important to me. And as a board, and just so all the rest of this discussion is kind of going to be what I call the brass tacks, just what my experience is and what I've mentored and talked to people about how the board functions and the manager functions. So, the departments are all equally important. Some, again, do different things. But as board, it's important to remember, because you're going to have different ties and you're going to have different knowledge bases that you may relate to one department more than another department. But it's really important that it's an unbiased approach whenever we go into budgeting and those types of things, and we really equally look at their needs and do it from a data-driven and a professional standpoint. And that helps create unity among my team and my departments, and really fosters that relationship with the board, and just making sure that all departments are treated equally and the same. So I try to do that on a daily basis, and again, some departments need more from me than others. That's just the nature of the job. So just wanted to make sure I talked about that. And so next. So then the Board of Aldermen. The town clerk and the town manager report to the Board of Aldermen. You all interview for those positions, you hire those positions. We will be going into closed session at our January meeting to talk about the town manager search. So again, even though the clerk and the manager both report to the board, we work very closely together, and we have a great relationship. And the manager and clerk, it's very important for them to have that relationship, because because a lot of times I'll ask Melissa if she can please do something, and she does it, or vice versa. Like, we just have to help each other. So just like department head to department head, they help each other. So next. All right, so the board's duties, and everybody should have these slides. So you have a fiduciary responsibility, so you have the financial responsibility. The LGC, as you know, is involved, so it's a little bit different now, but you still want to be involved. You need to be involved, need to be a part of these decisions. The LGC adopted some budget amendments in December that we needed, the LGC board did, Local Government Commission, and so we will show those to you at the next meeting of what they adopted. But you'll still be involved in the financial aspect. The end of January, you'll have your first financial report. It will be for the first 6 months of the year. Ideally, moving forward, we're going to do it every month. And every month you're gonna know where you stand, you're gonna know where each department that you stands. And that first one will be a very informative one, because I'm gonna go over kind of very specific about what this means and why the report looks like this and those types of things. And then next year, this time, you'll be getting a comparison year to year. So in December of 2021, we were here, in December of 2022, we're here. And that really helps to see how we're growing, how we're doing. Policy, so all the nice policy handbook that you have, all those policies have to be adopted by the board. And any financial policy right now would also be adopted by the LGC, until the town regains financial control. Ordinances, so all the ordinances have to be adopted by the board. We have ordinance books in our office, and then also if you go to Municode, municode.com, that's where all of our town ordinances are. And during our future plan segment, we'll talk about how those need to be updated. So we will continue to work on those. Another board authority is land use decisions. So that planning, zoning, those types of things. Recently with the 160B changes, you all, I guess I got a few minutes. A lot of things used to come before the board that necessarily didn't need to, and by law was probably not the best way to do things. So we have administrative decisions, site plans, and those types of things. As long as they meet the code, they're approved in-house. And it's also a business and developer friendly approach, because having to go to the board with scheduling deadlines and such, it can stall people. We don't want to stall any new business that wants to come to town. When a business used to want to, like a building wanted to change from apples to oranges, it'd have to come before the board. So you're talking months. I mean, people might get deterred, and we don't really want to, whether it's a mom and pop shop or it's, you know, I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say, rooms, also rooms to go. I was gonna say something. And then appoint committee members. So we do have committees, we're gonna talk about that later today. But it is the board's authority to also appoint committee members. And there's lots of other stuff, but this was kind of just a high level. And then after we get done with this slide, we can have some questions about this one and then go into our break. So make sure you act as a body, and what that means is that it's the pleasure of the whole board, not the pleasure of one person, and that you are acting together. And of course, there's going to be votes. This is a democratic process, and you not always see eye to eye on everything. That's what makes the world go round, and that's very important. But whatever Melissa or I do or a change for the town would be because it came before all of the board. And you guys acted as a group and talked about it and made a decision. And then, so your personnel involvement, the only personnel involvement outside of the town clerk and the town manager that you would have would be adopting the position plan and the salary schedule. So if you look in your budget book, if you brought it with you, no, it's okay. This is my budget, but you don't have one this big.
Oh, boy.
They're in the office. But we do have a copy of that if you would like to see it.
Is that the green sheets?
Yes.
I have that.
But if you look at your budget message, it looks like this. You'll see my message, you'll see the ordinance, and then this position classification plan. This was established before I got here, but it lists the different salary grades, the minimum, midpoint, maximum, and then the class title, so what that position title is. And every position has to have one of these, except part-time, they vary. But this is adopted with the budget, and this is something we'll talk about during the budget process. And then the other thing that you all will, and that was the salary schedule really, is a position plan. So the position plan is the adopted positions for the town for this fiscal year. And it lists, what those are. It does not list their specific salary. So in some towns, a budget is adopted and it lists that person's specific salary. But when that happens, that salary cannot be adjusted without board approval. And that is a hindrance, say, if there is a education incentive, or if they get a certification. it's one of those things that the board generally will allow the manager that level of discretion. So those are the two main things outside of the town manager and town clerk and the personnel involvement that, this board would have. So any board of aldermen, that have a council manager form of government. So, I have a couple, which we can do, I can stop there and then I will pick back up with the other items I wanted to, talk about.
I did have one suggestion, if we can make those monthly reports, financial reports, make that public information. And that'll be like advertised, letting you know, the community know, here's our monthly standing. Every single month it's broadcast.
It'll be in the, agenda packet.
Okay. Can we put it on the, on the website and everywhere? Alderman Cooper?
Yeah, well, since you mentioned the website, that's all I have to say about that.
Yes, we're gonna talk about that later.
That's all I have.
Awesome, do we have any questions? Okay, I guess we can move into the break and for 10 minutes and we will come back at 10:10.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I was gonna do, I had that really big dreams, I was gonna do a,
What you say, role playing?
yeah. About like situations and how you react, I really think situational, examples. School government, they do it, but they do like verbal ones and, hopefully at the budget retreat, we'll be able to do some cool stuff like that.
Yeah, get some props.
I hope people do. Yeah, that sounds like so much fun.
So we're gonna try, I'm gonna try to give you examples and not bore you to death and see what, there's situational, examples of, you know, as a board member, what would you do? So, let's say that you are riding along during Tuesday morning and you see a crew working, on a water main break. So, would you just wave and keep going? Would you stop and talk to them, or would you stop and say, hey, when y'all get done there, go over here to Jane Doe Street and I got something for you to do there? What do you think is maybe the best approach?
Just walk, ride, and wave. Hey, guys. Keep them moving.
I usually stop and ask do they need water or snacks.
That's a good one too. So the best would be that since all those employees report to their supervisor and their director, you know, I'm not saying you have to wait, y'all know what I'm saying, but interfering in the operations would not be the best idea.
Don't pick up a shovel.
Yeah, so please don't do that either, because that would be a workers' comp liability problem. You guys are,
Don't pick up a shovel.
Try to help them out.
Right by and see Alderman Blackman in the hole.
y'all are covered on an administrative workers' comp level. The people who are in the field are covered at a different level. So after hours, if your neighbor has a problem with, their water, or they have a water leak, in their yard, they see something spewing, would you give them the on-call number? Or would you, ride to an employee's house that you know works in that department and tell them they need to go fix it?
Give them the on-call
I'll grab a shovel.
Report it on the app that we're gonna have.
Yes,
Oh,
hey.
There you go.
Someone's
There
paying
you go.
attention.
You guys are 2 for 2. You got 100 so far, as Miss Chadwick knows. She probably have 100. All right, so say your great aunt, her water, for some reason her water got cut off, and past cutoff day, and it was Friday at 12 o'clock. Customer service is closed. Would you, y'all probably don't know the procedure for that, so this may be a trick question, but would you call the supervisor and say, please just turn the water back on, you know, she'll pay it when she can, or would you find out whatever the policy is, because you may not know what the policy is, and give them the policy and let them know that whenever the bill's paid, it could be turned back on?
I would say, go let a family member come get her and stay there, and then wait till the business day, then make a business day.
There you go.
Well, I had to take a couple of buckets of water over there to her house and call when they open it.
I'm going for E through our auto pay out of my account, so we don't let great aunt Susie want to get cut up again.
There you go. So, you know, those are just some examples, but basically it's just showing that there's actually been cases in other towns where about the whole water cut off and water bill situation and board involvement, and that is a big no-no. So just remember that we have to be equal, and we do have certain policies in place for people with medical issues or any other situation, and we have ways in the water department that we assist those, utility assistance programs. You know, if you haven't been cut off before, we try to call you. I mean, there's lots of ways we try to help people. Cut people off is the last resort. So again, just remembering the interaction, because people are going to ask you to do a lot of things, and it's hard to say no. And you're going to have to make, just like Susan said, some tough decisions. But as a board, being the best example, and so far you guys have been great, and all your answers are right, even the other examples. So those would have been much funner in a role play, so we'll have to do that at some point. But I'm trying to keep us on schedule. All right. We did the break, so into communications. So this is probably a pretty broad topic and you're wondering, what we're gonna talk about. So we'll go to the next slide. So does everybody have their town email? Does everybody have it, and you set it up, you logged in? Okay. Any issues with any sort of IT, if you need help putting your email on your work cell phone, your board cell phone, let us know. Our IT is High Country Computers, and we have Chris Slate and Jim Slate, that's a family-run business. They, Melissa can get you in contact with them, and we can help you with anything related to setting up your work cell phones. They are Apple phones, so I'm an Android person. I know it doesn't throw stones at me. And I would just suggest not linking your two phones. So I would have, Spring Lake Aldermen, Lightman at Apple. Yeah, there you go. So again, you can see I don't have an iPhone. But I will communicate mainly 100% through email and then phone calls. I will limit all text messages. I would suggest that any official communication come through email or in person or on the phone, just because of the public record laws. So from any browser, you can go to Office 360, Office 365, just Google it, click on it, and you can log into your town email from anywhere. You can use the Outlook app on your work phones. We will also use your email to send out calendar invites. So moving forward with any event in the community that we know about, we're just going to send you a calendar invite. That way you can decide if you want to go or not, but that way it's on your calendar. Make sure you can click yes or maybe or no. If you know you can't go, then if you say no, it won't show up on your calendar. And I'm sorry if you gotta use Outlook and know this, I just want to do some pretty basic stuff here. If you click yes or maybe, it'll show up on your calendar. So that way you can know what's going on. We have calendar events on our website and our social media posts. It also keeps up with stuff going on in the town. Any event or anything that you would like to attend, Mayor's Coalition or any training, like the Essentials of Municipal Government training, the clerk usually is the one who will sign you up for that, because you will not be given credit cards or anything like that, so we would have to sign you up for stuff like that. But we handle all of that for you. So the clerk and the manager are your 2 points of contacts, and we want to make sure you're informed and call anytime, questions and that type of thing, or email. If you have an idea or something, if you email me, it's the best way because I can keep a list. A lot of times I'm on the phone in my car, so I need to get me like a notepad in there so I can write down. But again, just town email is your main form. And if you go to School of Government, UNC Chapel Hill School of Government, they have a ton of different listservs, and you can sign up for those. And I think there's so many of them, from anything from planning to manager to finance. Sign up for those listserv emails, and they'll go directly to your whatever email address you use. I would suggest you use your Spring Lake email so you don't spam up your personal one. And also the National League of Cities, the North Carolina League of Municipalities, the Chamber of Commerce. A lot of those have Sunshine List and email lists you can get on, and you'll get weekly emails. I would highly suggest the League of Municipality one. They send out an email every Friday, and it's got some really good stuff in it. And I know Ms. Cooper has a lot of communications too. Is there any other ones you would suggest?
The Cumberland County listservs and the Board of Education. Definitely. Yeah, Board of Elections, Board of Education. Yeah, Cumberland County. And then the White House has constant briefings on different things like ARPA, because that's constantly changing. The infrastructure billing, you can get on their list. I probably get an email from them at least twice a day. So those are just really good options. And you did say National League of Cities, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And there are lots of trainings on those websites as well.
As well as Cumberland County Economic Development, that's another one.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's through Fayetteville, EDC, Fayetteville, Cumberland County, Robert Van Giens.
Yes, Robo.
Okay, next, communication priority. So everybody has different things that they want to know about, and some people, I was talking with LGC folks, and I think they had watched the online Essentials in Municipal Government, course this week. There was one this week, and there's one in January that we all will attend. And a comment was made, you wanna be between your head in the sand and micromanaging as a board member, and you'll have to find out, figure out which one works best
That's interesting.
for you. And, each town is different, it depends on the size of the town and how it functions and all those types of things. But, I will, and this is something I want to talk with the board about, but generally, every Friday sending an email of very important things you need to know. As far as if the trash truck is broke down, I will not email that on a daily basis, just because there's so much, of that. But know that if something is not getting picked up, it's probably because equipment is down. Literally the GFL truck was broke down, and they were trying to bring another one in, and, so things like that, I will not communicate with. If there is a major accident or a crime, I will immediately communicate that with you as soon as I know, as long as it's in town limits. It's surprising, I can't remember which store it is, but there was one, but it wasn't in town, so our police didn't respond. But I just happened to know about it. So there's gonna be different situations, and as you see or hear something, this isn't set in stone. This is just I wanted to say, this is what I plan to do. What do you all, as it goes, what do you like about it? What don't you like about it? What do you wanna hear more of? We were doing manager reports monthly. And I would like to start including those in the board of agenda packets, which would be the financial report, and then it could be, some of the highlights of the code enforcement, how many nuisance we did, how many junk cars, police cases, how many breaking and enterings, breaking those cases down, not specifics, just numbers.
Can we add a bereavement contact for that, maybe through the fire police if we get a death in the family? That way we can communicate with those families and send our condolences as well.
Mm-hmm. So, and then something else that I'd like to do is meeting with each board member once a month, just a one-on-one, you and I, in my office, or if there's somewhere more convenient for you. If you work in Fayetteville, I can meet you in Fayetteville. Due to my contract basis, I'm all over Cumberland County now, so I can meet anywhere. I don't know where all you all work, so I'm happy to be flexible with that. But ideally, once a month, I meet with all department heads and then board members, just to talk. And sometimes there's things that we'll talk about that maybe you just want to talk. It could be anything. How's your dog? But just really that, building that relationship, and letting you know what all we're working on. Because there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, I think, as you might have seen with the town department updates, that just in a board meeting is not the most appropriate place to talk about. I'm not saying there's anything going on behind closed doors, it's just don't want to bore the public, like this work session, it's a long one, but it's a lot of good information.
Yeah.
So. Let's see, mass communication. So again, this is the whole going back to acting as a body. If one board member calls and says, hey, can you please send me the salary schedule? I'll send it to everybody. Usually I will say, Alder or Mayor Anthony wanted this, so I send it out, or whoever. And that way everybody's getting the same thing. That's a way to keep everybody that's informed and making sure that we're not creating any conflict or any issues and, well, how come they got it and I didn't? And it's easy. Most of the time it's good information that somebody just thought of. And so that's mass communication. Employee interactions. All employee interactions outside of myself and, Ms. Pierre would be general conversations. A lot of you live here, a lot of the employees live here, you know them, have, you know, whatever relationships with them. But as far as directing any employees or department heads to do certain things, should be up to the manager. But I would, please come talk to me if you see something, you have an issue, come talk to me, and I'll get it taken care of, as long as it's something we can do, you know, within our ability, we'll definitely do it. But just making sure that we respect that hierarchy, because I do report to you all, but I also have about my employees that are my team that I support and want to respect them as professionals and employees too. So it just keeps it easy, and I can keep track of what everybody's doing. And generally, if someone's asking me, then I'll go to the department head, and then they can instruct whichever staff, and they can distribute their workload how they need to.
You said we have about 90 employees for the town total?
Between part-time and full-time. It ranges between 80 to 90. We're probably closer in the lower 80s right now, but the budget, when we adopted the budget, I believe it was 91.
So, I have a quick question. So, like the maps we were talking about, if we wanted to ask, Ms. Hickman for those, should we go through you, or can we just send an email to her? Is that okay?
For something like that, that's fine, because she already has those.
Okay.
So if it's a general, like you have just a general question, that's absolutely fine. To talk to the department head, or, and Ms. Hickman, she, not the department head, but she is inspections, planning, and zoning, so that would be fine. You had a general question, any general conversation, general questions, but if you like need something or want something done, you would need to just talk to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you all are citizens, you live here, so you're available for town services too.
Okay. Thank you.
And so that, the main reason behind that is that it manages the hierarchy, it manages workload, and then employees, it doesn't put employees in an awkward situation, because I've had that and I've seen that, you know, I've been on the department head level too, so, and being on a manager level, it gives a different perspective. So it really helps to build as a team and really unite us, and not have any sort of relationships that could hinder the positive momentum that we want to do. So I know everybody's really excited. The town has been through some things, and there's going to be some other stuff that's going to happen. You know, auditor reports released, but we're going to keep moving forward. And there's a lot of committed employees. Everybody that's here wants to be here. So, appropriate communication method, I already touched on this, but basically emails, and that's because of the public record laws. So technically text messages, you should be screenshotting, printing them out, saving them if they're, you know, work related. So I would just strongly encourage you to always use email. You can tell myself, email me, please don't text me, or call me, or in-person meeting. So, generally I am here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but it varies. Like this week I was here different days. I am trying to limit it to 24 hours a week. As I discussed with Mayor Anthony, I'm over those hours this week just because of getting prepared for this. But over the next 2 weeks, the Christmas holiday, naturally I'm trying to spend time with my family and do my other job. So it will be a little bit less over the next 2 weeks. But I will give you all my cell phone during the break, and call me anytime, because I don't think y'all have that. And then my email is the same as y'all's, swollenlabor@townofspringlake.com. Let's see. So again, just the appropriate communication, email is the main thing. Those emails are backed up on the server in the cloud. So let's talk about the manager report, then we'll go back to code of conduct. We did already discuss this, and this is something that I will include in that second board meeting, the business meeting, the manager's report. And again, try to send out weekly emails, kind of if there's any big things that you need to know about. Or let's say at a board meeting you ask me to do something or follow up on something, I will send you an email and tell you where we're at with that. And then, and if it's something that I'll say, okay, we need to go back and talk about this at the next meeting, we'll add it back to that agenda. But I do want to try to keep you updated, because I need to work on my communication with the board. That is one area that I know I need to improve on, that I didn't do as much as I wanted to with the last board. naturally, there's a lot going on in this town. So, that's what we're gonna do moving forward though. And, let's see, and just, I think that that transparency and that communication and following the chain of command is really gonna unite the citizens, the staff, and the board. Cause if we're not all rowing in the same direction, we're not gonna get anywhere. I mean, from the participation and swearing in, from the Christmas tree lighting, the public open house, I mean, I'm just floored by how much community input we have. And it speaks volumes about the town. So, it's really awesome. And professional code of conduct, I've talked with this about to a couple board members, so I wanted to put it on here. I expect my staff to act professional at all times, no matter what role they are in, and especially if they're dealing with the public. They need to be professional to the public, and they need to be professional to each other. So something that I think is appropriate, maybe one of the first things we should do is adopt a professional code of conduct, professionalism standards, because a lot of times I've had myself some pretty rough interactions, and some negative interactions, and some of my staff have, and we just need to be mindful that we're all here doing our job and doing the best we can. And some ways that we're gonna work on that in-house is teaching people how to tell them, well, it may be that Jane Doe has to wear purple pants. Obviously, that's not a real law, but you know, this law was this way. We need to be explained why. Because you can say what, but why? So if we can explain why and be able to relate to people and relate to citizens, I think that will help our communication barrier and really help those conversations go much better. Because sometimes people don't want to hear. They hear the what, but they're like, I don't understand. If we can help them understand, I think that will tremendously improve our conversations with citizens. So how does the board feel about a professional code of conduct?
Before we go into that, can we get to Alderwoman Cooper's?
Sure.
So, standards of behavior is one of the things that's really high on my list. And I think I had mentioned to many of the board members that I would love if we as a board also communicate that at the beginning of meetings, but I would love to see the staff have it posted in every department, because I don't think staff or board members should be talked to in a divisive way at all, and there should be maybe some type of training on how to alleviate that situation for them. I think if we have to do business with somebody who doesn't want to treat us nicely, we just need to say we're not going to do business with them.
Yeah.
So, that's a big thing for me.
Because I get some crazy people sometimes.
Oh,
You know?
But and again, that we need training. I think everybody needs training. The staff, the board, on how we interact with people, how we respond to it, and you know what to say. Like I do a lot with customer service, and you know if somebody gets out of hand, we have been trained on how we handle it, meaning when we can disconnect from it.
I agree. And I would like, I would like to see us publicly, maybe sign a document as the board showing that we will, you know, work together. We are a team, and it's a physical pledge, something that we can post and says this is what we promise to do. This is the way we promise to conduct ourselves. It holds us accountable, but it shows the public that we are holding ourselves accountable and allows them to hold us accountable as well. Alderwoman Thompson.
Just to piggyback what Alderwoman Cooper was saying, I think maybe having like a quarterly training or yearly training for all the employees, you know, and the Board of Aldermen, that would help a lot as well too. And not only code of conduct, like ethics training as well.
Mm-hmm.
Diversity, equity
Yes.
training,
Yeah.
inclusion.
Sensitivity training. I
Yes.
actually have some initiatives we'll talk about later with FTCC about some classes for the community and some certification programs and such, but they've also agreed to come in and do training, like Microsoft Office training, clerical type training, and also sensitivity training. Some of these de-escalation techniques, and as part of actually back to risk management, the We really need to be doing a lot of, like sexual harassment training, all of those types of training are required. So, that could be part of it.
Yeah.
Alderman Palacios?
Yeah, so I'm sensing in the room a lot of passion around this subject, so that's pretty good. And obviously, we're going to be bringing it up in front of in a regular meeting. But chain of command is important. Knowing your lane is important, and holding each other accountable, as far as the board's concerned, is something we're able to be effective as well on. Censorship and all those things that there are a couple things that are at our disposal for that, but holding each other accountable is one thing we can do, and not really can't get too much in the weeds on employees and things, how they interact. That's not our job, but each other. It's again important.
And a lot of times, I'm not sure how anything was done previously, but I'm always accustomed to, if somebody has an issue with a certain department, have they reached out to that department head first? And then if they have, because sometimes we'll get a lot of complaints, and my first thing is say, have they reached out to that department head, or the supervisor? And if they have not, I will ask them to do that, the citizen first, because we need a, again, chain of command and the hierarchy, because the manager can't solve everything. I want to make sure the department heads are involved, and they can try, and then it gets to the manager, and then we're all going to sit down together and we're going to work it out with the department head and the citizen involved. But really starting at that level, have that accountability, figure out what's going on, and then escalating it if it needs to be. So, I think that was all I had about about communications. Oh, we're ahead of schedule. A great conversation. I really appreciate it. It's exciting, very exciting. Okay, so Board of Aldermen meetings. I'll be doing some of this, and Melissa, obviously since she's the clerk, is on her main function, so Melissa chime in anytime that she would like. So the meetings, as you know, are on the second and fourth Mondays at 6 p.m. We have a work session and a regular meeting or a business meeting. The work session is always the second Monday with the first meeting of the month. And then the regular meeting is the fourth Monday of the month. So they do start at 6 p.m. And this is a special call meeting. So our budget workshops, our budget retreat, if we ever have to have an emergency meeting or not emergency, but a special call meeting, this is what this is, a special call, because it's outside of our normal meetings. The intent of a work session is just that. It's a work session. It may not be as intense as a board training like this, but it will be to discuss your policies, your ordinances, any item that we're not quite ready to have as a business item and vote on, then it's something we could talk about in the work session and then move it to the business meeting, the regular meeting. So agenda items, and we talked about this earlier, so now will be the time where we can really get into the nitty gritty of the board meetings. And what's on the agenda can fluctuate. How we organize the agenda is at the pleasure of the board. Myself and Melissa, we make recommendations, but ultimately the agenda is the pleasure of the mayor and the board. So again, obviously you call the meeting to order. We have Pledge of Allegiance and invocation. And then additions and deletions. So additions and deletions should be, and I'm going to explain what each one of these, the intent is. Additions and deletions should be last minute, okay, somebody wasn't available, they got sick, or not available to accept their award or something. That will be a last minute deletion. We really need to save additions for emergency items. Somebody says, oh no, this has got to be approved tonight. But not just because somebody wants to talk about something else. We really need to get that done ahead of time, just so it's organized. And organized chaos is not always the best way either. So just to really have the meetings run smoothly, And I'll go through the agenda setting process in a minute to kind of let you know how you get items to us to put on agendas. It's not to say you can't add anything, but really and truly the intent in my experience, I've worked in 2 other towns and I've been going to board meetings for almost 12 years now. So is that it's just last minute. Something has to be added, but really we need to set everything ahead of time, okay? And then approval of the agenda, so after any additions or deletions, hopefully there isn't none unless it's a last minute change, then you would approve the agenda and then we'd go into public comment. We have moved public comment to actually the end of the agenda. Usually that's where we've done it the past few times. I've seen it at the beginning and at the end. That's at the pleasure of the board. Where do you all feel it's best on the agenda? Public comment's 3 minutes. There's not allowed to be any sort of attacks, nothing derogatory towards staff, board members, anything like that. There is actually a standard in the general statutes for it.
I would suggest that we move it to the end, just for the sake of people, having comments that's related to the topics that are discussed on the board. So having public comment happen prior to the discussion of whatever's on the agenda, I think it's putting the cart before the horse, because it may answer their question, it may change their comment, it may, solve the problem if they get to hear the discussion before the public comment. Alderwoman Cooper and then Alderman Lockman.
So if there is a standard, you said it's in the statutes?
I believe there is, yeah, and it talks
So-
about what you should and shouldn't
There's
do.
not supposed to be nothing derogatory, no remarks, and in the past, that's where the mayor, you're gonna come in, you're gonna hit that gavel, and they're gonna have to leave, or go sit back down. So derogatory things should be said on that public comment against no one.
So my suggestion would be that we hand those to people as they come so that they are aware. Always have it available to be attached to the agenda or at the bottom so that people are aware of what the statute says about public comment.
Yeah, whenever they sign in, we can hand it to them, and I'll verify that it's a statute or a policy. Now I'm second guessing, but I know it's one or the other, because everywhere I've been, they read the same
Like
they read the same
derogatory.
thing before public comment.
Nothing derogatory towards staff, board of aldermen, it's.
And we can read those standards before the public comment, like you could say, this is public comment, and blah, blah, blah,
I
blah.
think that would be the best way to do it,
Yeah.
because, if we send an email out, or even if people pick up a paper, oftentimes they're not gonna read everything.
Well, what I
so.
can do with the comment, that when they come in, they 2 minutes prior, they're supposed to sign in, I can hand them, nothing, I'll pull up the general statute and let them know, please read before you come up to speak.
I would rather announce it, that way we know
Okay,
for
you
a
wanna announce
fact.
it? Okay.
They hear and know.
We can do both. What, hand them
Oh,
the
yeah,
paper?
hand them both.
Yes.
Hand them that
Hand
paperwork
them
and then
at the same
announce
time
it.
before.
Yeah, that way there is no, I didn't know, or oops, or if I shut them down when they're getting out of hand, they've heard beforehand, hey, we told you that's not what we're doing.
Right.
I like that. Yeah, you read it and then also they get handed it. And
So-
are they allowed to sign up for public comment online?
Can we add that to?
I don't know about the new one yet, I'll have to look at it.
That would simplify it.
Yeah,
A lot,
you could also
streamline.
be there.
Yeah, because we have that paper, I'll find out when.
We could, and sometimes they call and they email.
Yeah,
because-
sometimes they call
yeah.
me.
If it's supposed to be cut off a certain amount of time before the meeting starts, and sometimes people can't get here in time, so if they wanna call in advance, we'd be happy to put them on the list.
Alderman Lockman?
Thank you, Mayor Anthony. I would prefer it be at the end of the meetings, because what happens, people come in and they say their 3 minutes and get up and leave. There is so much more information that is put out at that meeting that people just come in tunnel vision for their little say and then they leave.
Yeah.
So at least they're there for the entire meeting if they so choose to want to speak. There's a lot of good information.
I agree.
Good point. Yeah.
Completely agree.
So is there a consensus to keep public comment, put it at the end?
At the end, yes.
Okay, we'll do that. Perfect. So public hearings are anything related to, land use decisions, rezonings, conditional zonings. That is gonna be something that is a public hearing. We have to advertise before those. Generally, the representative from the county planning department who does our planning will present the case, usually do a PowerPoint, and then the applicant would speak. In our first public hearing that we have, I will have like a template, and even like stuff to say, so that way, and it'll be every person's, so you kind of understand the flow. I want to make sure every time we have something that you guys haven't seen on an agenda, you have a template, you have a flow, a workflow, so you can kind of see what's going on.
Thanks for that.
I won't send an agenda packet, will send it separate, but that way you have it. But public hearings, again, the planning rep would speak, then the applicant usually, because you want to hear from the applicant. You always hear from the town representative first, then the applicant, and then anybody for or against. And then, this is one item that I'd like to change that we did just from a planning background. So sometimes in the past, there would be a public hearing, and then you would close the public hearing, and then you would go to like another public hearing or another one. Let's say we had, 3 rezonings. You'd hear each one of those, and then you'd close all the public hearings, and then you'd go into old business or presentation or whatever else was on the agenda, and then you go to new business and you talk about it then, and then you vote on it. Well, at that point, all the testimony, in those cases, they're legislative, they don't have testimony. I'm not gonna get into all the planning stuff today. That'll be another work session. But you've got so much in between there. But technically, after the public hearing, you can vote on that case right then and there. That would be my suggestion, instead of hearing all the public hearings, going to something else, and then coming back to it. I kind of like to hear something, talk about something, and vote on it.
I agree.
I always wondered why we didn't do that. Yeah.
I like,
I
yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
Keeps
prefer
it
that?
fresh,
Okay.
no missing, you're not mixing information, you hear hearing after hearing after hearing, things start to, blur together, so I would like to hear it,
And vote.
and the vote.
Yeah.
And actually too, when I write the minutes, the minutes are all
That makes
Yeah.
sense, yeah.
go from one minute to the other, to the other, to the
And
other.
the back
The
and
way the
forth.
last one was,
Okay.
I like that suggestion
Alright.
a great deal.
so basically what we'll do is, well, any kind of zoning case or anything's gotta have a public hearing. We do you do the case first, then the public hearing, and then let them vote. So you want the public hearing underneath the case.
So the public hearing and the case are the same thing. They would be the same thing.
Okay, so just vote.
Just one item.
Just one item.
And
Okay.
they'll have all the information right, that one item.
So if you're saying case number, and public hearing, is that how you would want me to write it as the item?
So under public hearing, it would be, if public hearing was item 4, then item 4A would be case 1, 2, 3, 4. You say exactly what it is, and then the action would be approve, deny, or table.
Okay, all right, so.
But you and I can work on
Okay.
that. Good. So again, just trying to efficiency and just really time too, because you'll talk about it in a public hearing. A lot of times you ask questions, and then during the new business, talk about it again, and so, perfect. So consensus to vote on the items right after the public hearing.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Old business, anything that was talked about at a previous meeting, we need to talk about again. That would be under old business. So say you asked me, I'm sorry, I didn't bring this up. Say you asked me to look into, let's just say large bulk item pickup. And you asked me to look into policy or something, and it's something that we didn't need to talk about in our one-on-one. We really just better talk about it as a group and be back on old business. Any ordinance amendment that comes before you, we will talk about it before it's a public hearing. Some ordinances don't require public hearings. All land use, planning, and zoning do, but a lot of ordinances don't. It's good to do it anyways. It's just good transparency. All it is a newspaper ad, and if we're doing a bunch at one time, it's one ad, so it's one cost. But we would have work sessions to talk about ordinances before we move forward with them. So I may say in your one-on-one and beginning of January, hey, we're looking at this ordinance change. And then at that January 10th meeting, we'll talk about it in open session. And then if you're like, yeah, okay, let's move forward with it, and then we'll move forward with preparing it. But we want to make sure we're using our resources and our time at the board's wishes. So if you're like, no, we're not doing that, then we stop. So again, we all at the pleasure of the board. we'll just bring all those ideas to you. All right, new business. Anything we haven't talked about before, new business. It could be, recently we've had, the Rural Act bylaws, which we'll have to bring back to y'all. Technically, it should be at the end of the January, the last meeting in January, because it is a voting item. At the work session, they really shouldn't vote on anything. You can, they did change it where you can vote in the work session, but, just from a logistics standpoint, it's best to do it at the business meeting. And then closed session, so I have a handout about what closed entitles for closed session. What's having music on?
Or trees.
I know, sorry.
I think I gave it.
Oh, yeah, we have.
Oh.
No, there's
Did
something
you?
different now.
Closed session?
What we got?
I think I printed out the general statute for you guys.
You have a place. That's okay. That's okay.
Sorry.
Oh, that's a good turn.
I'll take these for
Oh, that's another one. I was thinking about doing it.
Thank you. So these are the items that you can go into closed session for. A lot of times the closed session personnel, it may not always mean, so I'm gonna talk out of both sides, so I'm out here for a minute. It may not always mean that if I put closed session personnel, that it's about me or Melissa. It may be an issue with, personnel on a larger level, because in open session, you should not talk about any personnel matters, any specific employee. Those items should be reserved for closed session. I would like, the goal is to make sure you know what the closed session items are ahead of time, so you can be prepared, unless it's a last minute thing, but if it is, I will try to call each of you and briefly tell you what it is. We do have some closed sessions coming up, and obviously I can't tell you what they are in open session, because there would be no point in closed session, so I will let everybody know what those are, items in January. There are closed session minutes, and when those are distributed, there's certain ways we have to get those to you, and then they have to be destroyed and certain public record laws we talked about. So we will start reviewing a lot of closed session minutes. We have multiple years to review, so, and those have to be reviewed in closed session. But we gotta get those going.
We have a question,
ma'am.
Alderwoman Cooper.
So as it pertains to closed session minutes, it was my understanding, from some trainings that at some point, many of them have to be made available to the public, and we have to vote on that. Is that not correct?
As far as after a certain number of years or a certain matter is
Right,
closed out, I guess you could say they can be
Yes.
made public and the board votes to make them public.
exactly.
I believe so, but I'd have to check the statutes, I'm not.
Well, under the records manager, personnel is 100 years.
No, I'm not talking about personnel.
Oh, you're talking about economic development?
Like economic development, just, yeah, there are certain records that we can open up, and, we have to vote to make them, available to the public.
We'll look into it, I'm not gonna say it here, if I don't know something, you'll find out about me, I'll say, I'm gonna look into it, and I'll find out and let you know, cause I don't wanna lie or misspeak in any way, so.
Thank you.
We will look into it. I know there was one public records request, through FOIA, and the police chief told me that they had to go to a judge to release some of those records. So it's probably a very similar situation that just sparked in my mind when you told me that. But we'll let you know. So you'll look into that for us. And we'll follow up with you on that. So closed session, you have the list. Usually you'll see attorney-client privilege, personnel, economic development, privileged information, those are the different categories. And closed session, again, saying that one of my mentors told me a long time ago was loose lips sink ships. And transparency is a must in government, and I try to be as transparent as possible, but there are some items that loose lips will sink ships. And there are some items that are very sensitive. Our attorney's on there, So just keep in mind that there's a lot of people's lives, especially when we talk about, some matters and, you know, just their livelihood and employee morale and those types of things. You just wanna make sure that we are just very, professional and a high level of integrity during those closed sessions, and that it stays in closed session, until it can't be made public knowledge. So, any questions about closed session? And usually we do those in here, and we have the very loud elevator music playing. As we are doing some changes in the administration area, we may move it back in there. It's a little bit better to do it in there, just because you're not spread out in the classes. It makes it hard to see and hear and all that, but as long as everybody's here in person, and even if not, somebody has to be on Zoom, we can move the computer in there. We've done that before.
Since you brought that up, I just have a
Yes, ma'am.
quick question. It just popped in my head. For work sessions, is there any way we could do those in there as well, just for the sake of, you know, being able to see each other? Because we're doing a lot of talking and communicating, and this is...
So for this, I wanted to do like tables, U-shaped tables, because I really
Mhm.
like the U-shaped approach.
I'm with
When
you.
we're doing this, to
Mhm.
me, it's team building, it's training, but it's team
Exactly.
building.
Yes.
And these dividers, we still want to be cognizant of COVID and the new variant that's out there, but, we probably can film it here, so we can at least still record it, and use the technology, because I don't have the technology back there. But, we can definitely, we don't have to be there. You don't have to- we
Okay,
can
I like
do
that.
something
If
different.
work
Okay.
sessions, we can maybe move them to the floor and view it, and we can, you know, work together that way.
Okay.
We used to do that.
Work sessions, you're not talking about the meetings?
No, not the regular, just like right now.
Oh,
Like
We
a
would be
special
on the
meeting.
floor, well, kind of work session,
Yeah.
but
What's
that,
the little, basically next one would be like when we do the budget meetings, I guess?
Yeah.
yes.
We'll all just sit in the middle, let's, you know,
Since there's
Yeah,
our
we always
public
set 'em up.
meetings, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, that's what we did, you know, for budget meetings in the past,
Yeah.
too, we always sit up and just.
Since they
They're
are
being
public
recorded.
meetings, we need a place for the public to sit, and there wouldn't be room back there.
Oh, well, yeah, right.
So, yeah, but, I definitely like that approach too, as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Palacios.
all right. I just had a protocol question. A lot of times every time we go into closed session or a closed session is done, they usually say, make a motion to go into closed session pursuant to GS, the statute. So is reciting the statute requirement to go into closed session? It is?
And we'll have it on your agenda,
Yeah.
so you'll always know what it is.
Yeah.
And in closed session, you can only talk about what is on the agenda for closed session. If we go down a rabbit hole, we have to stop, we have to come back out of the rabbit hole, and only talk about what's on the agenda. And sometimes it's easy to, you know, just start talking about other things, and because you think it's a time where you can talk, but really by law and the right thing to do is only talk about what's supposed to be talked about in closed session.
Okay. So easy.
Okay. Next. Not too much longer.
Before
and
pizza.
I'll feed you guys. Okay, agenda creation. The agenda setting process. So, Melissa, do you want to do this? You want me to? I mean, I can kind of briefly, but so we usually have our next meeting is January 10th. So I'll just use January's calendar for instance. On January 11th, Melissa usually sends out it's a blank list and says any items that you want to see on the next agenda. She sends it to department head and board members. Please let us know. Gives you a deadline, and then we put it all together, and her and I review it, and usually it would be reviewed with the mayor. This is what we currently do. And then the agenda would be published the Wednesday before the meeting. So the next meeting would be the 24th, so it would be whatever that Wednesday before, that it would be published by 5 o'clock, or by closing that night, whatever time we leave. And that's how it's done, but we are looking to do agenda prep. So agenda prep is something that I've used in the past, but it's a meeting where all the department heads get together, and you have to have your cover sheet, which is in the agenda packets. It's, sometimes referred to as the memo, but it's the cover sheet before the item. You have to have that submitted to the clerk. So for that meeting, you would have to have it submitted to the clerk by the week before the first meeting. So that would be about the 6th or 7th. You'd have to have your memo sheet for the 24th meeting submitted. Because we're really trying to get down to a planned process. Deadlines, everybody knows what's expected. We'll have a spreadsheet that shows the deadlines, and this is not for y'all, this is just staff, but this is my proposal. And then we'll go into agenda prep meeting. So for the 24th, it would be around the 13th. For that agenda prep, we would talk about it. All department heads would be there. Okay, what is this for? Why do you want it on the agenda? If it's a contract, the contract has to be reviewed by the attorney and completely approved before I'll even put it on an agenda. That just wastes time, and I just have a big pet peeve about that. Anything that needs legal review needs to be completely reviewed and approved by legal before you put it on an agenda. And then so after the agenda prep meeting, then there will be another deadline to submit all your materials. So like in a planning case, planning is a little different since it's outsourced, but generally all your staff report, maps, all that would be submitted. And then we would send the agenda out. So the big difference there is that we talk together as a team internally. And then this is also a time that we would be reviewing the agenda with the mayor, and any items that y'all have that you want to add, you can go through myself or the mayor. It's the pleasure of what y'all want to do. And just make sure I know, what it is, why for some backup documentation. And there's going to be some stuff where you say, okay, I want to add this or talk about this. And I may be able to send an email and explain that to you all instead of, doing it in a meeting. So again, meetings need to be held for specific board meeting items. But if it's just the traffic light here is out, or like a more of a complaint instead of an initiative, we maybe can handle through other communications. So, and that's something we can work together. And again, if you want it on the agenda, we'll put it on the agenda. But I just want to help kind of guide that process. And that's it. Not control it, just guide it based on my experience. But it is an evolving process, so it's up to y'all. We went over the deadlines. We're very strict about the deadlines. We need to be internally enforce it more and make sure people abide by those. And we don't have a lot of pressing agenda items, but I think we're going to have a lot more in the future, just based on the needs and whatever you all want to see. So then the agenda again is published. It's sent to the Sunshine List, which is a contact group, but we're going to try and use our website and our technology to send it different ways. Because say, for instance, we are not somewhere at a computer or have that contact list, like an Outlook contact group, it's hard to send it out unless you can find a form or email, then reproduce it. And anyway, so just again, some of that technology needs. And then we'll post it on our website and social media, and just make sure it's out there. If there's any changes, so in the past I have, if there were changes, like if there was a typo on something or then put it at your desk, but then make sure into the record it says, for this, please refer to the packet on your desk. This was changed. Use this as the official record, and it's what would be put into the minutes, into the official packet. So generally we don't like changes after publication, but if something has to be, that's how I've handled it in the past, and other clerks that I've worked with have handled it. So that's kind of what Melissa and I have done. But again, not too many changes after publication if possible. But again, stuff happens. It's life. So feedback on the agendas.
So one thing that I have been thinking about is the invocation. Because not everyone in the community is Christian, we need to open that up or completely remove it. And I say this because like I said, first and foremost, not everybody is a Christian and not everybody wants to pray to the Christian God. And so to be respectful and inclusive to the entire community, we open it up to all religions, or B, like I said, remove it completely. The danger of with opening it up to all religions, and I don't want to say danger, but we have to be inclusive. So, for example, the military recognizes Satanism as an actual religion. So would we be willing to open it up to allow them to come in as well? I think it'd be extremely controversial, but it's inclusion. So if we want to open it up for everybody, it has to be absolutely everybody, or we remove it completely, and we don't have to worry about, offending anyone or presenting ourselves as one particular religion when we are here for governing and not for, personal matters like that. So I did want to get your feedback on having the invocation removed from the agenda. Melissa?
I spoke with a couple of the town clerks too. I mean, and again, like you said, if we would let like a pastor, rabbi, one in Fayetteville, Jewish, but say wake up, anything that you believe in. If we had somebody come in here, because that's how they do it, but of course they just do the Orthodox religions. But you're right, that opening it up. Now, the military changed over a long time ago where take this moment in silence.
Yeah.
Because everybody does pray to a different God. So I believe that's the way, maybe, I don't know how the invocation, what would be the word that we would use?
A moment of silence.
Moment of silence, there you go. There it is. Moment of silence, because people do still, moment of silence. So that's what your guys did. Because, you have a lot of people, and then it's like you said, some town clerks do bring in different religions every board meeting, which like you said, they can bring in any type of religion now. We got all kinds of them. So, but yeah, moment of silence sounds good since it's from the board.
Alderwoman Cooper?
Thank you. So that is an argument I've had in reference to government period, because like even with our rec department, one of the reasons why I was so adamant about being careful about allowing like nonprofits or whatever, because you open yourself up to anybody. If you say this is a good thing, well, yes, it is a good thing, but you also have to remember, as a government entity, we have to be open to everybody. So I like the moment of silence. I actually had a conversation with somebody at a conference about a really nasty thing they had going on because they did not allow, certain religions to come in and speak after they had opened it up to. So I definitely like the moment of silence as an option.
Alderman Palacios?
I'd rather us remove it altogether. I pray every day anyways. And I don't know that, I think sometimes prayers in a board meeting setting can come across as hypocritical sometimes. But if, moment of silence, I don't mind keeping the prayer. I don't mind removing it. I don't care. But moment of silence is, I think that's where nobody will really understand what that is or what the purpose of that is, unless you just say, we're gonna have a moment of silence so you can pray to your God. But I know this is we're a very Christian town, and so making any kind of change like that is going to certainly be met with some kind of resistance. But in lieu of inclusivity, I'm okay with us removing it.
That's my biggest thing is inclusivity. I want everyone to feel like we are a reflection of, the community, and our community, although maybe majority Christian, not everyone is Christian. So, like I said, I'm in favor for just removing it altogether. We say the pledge, which is, you know, recognizing our country. We are a governing body, which represents our town, and that's as inclusive as we should be. We're Americans. Anyone else have any questions on that one? Alderman Lackman, who never pushes his button. He just grabs his mic, so I know he wants to speak.
I personally want to keep it the way it is. I would like to hear from the attorney to ensure that proper protocol is being followed. If it is not, then I think we could have this discussion. But this country was founded on a Judeo-Christian belief. And so with that, that's my thoughts. So
Yeah, this is something that we would not act on today. It would need to be, since you're proposing to possibly remove something and something of this nature, where the other items we moved around in the agenda, we didn't remove them completely. So it would have to be discussed and voted on at a board. But Ms. Bond, have you, do you have any input?
Good morning, Kat.
Can you speak about?
I'm here. I'm sorry, I couldn't actually hear the question. Can you repeat it?
Sure. So there was discussion prompted by the mayor and then the board of aldermen about the invocation and possibly changing that to a moment of silence or removing it from the agenda altogether. I'd like to get feedback from you, but I did state that it would have to be discussed at an actual board meeting and then voted on if it's something to remove off the agenda. So no action today, but wanted to get your input on the proper process for that.
I believe from prior experience that changes to the general format of the agenda must be voted on by the board. But the agenda is at the pleasure of the board. So whether there is a specific protocol that must be followed, I would have to review the charter and possibly some town policies on it, but generally the agenda is the board's document, since they're the ones that ultimately approve it for every meeting.
Okay.
Ms. Baba, can I address?
Please.
Any reference specifically regarding the invocation being removed, or is that what you were stating for asking for, Marvin? Not just about the removal process, but specifically for invocation.
because the invocation has always been done by the mayor or one of the aldermen, more so than anybody from the general public.
It
So
sometimes can be done.
it could be, but I do not recall an instance where it was done by somebody other than.
Yeah, several times.
I think in the last year or two, we would invite people or groups to come. I've seen that.
Yeah.
So when I worked in, whenever I worked in a town, each month it was a different ministerial or spiritual representative from the community that would come and do the prayer. And then at another town I worked, it was always the mayor. So I've seen it different ways. Again, the pleasure of the board. So it's something we can add, if you'd like, add to the January 24th agenda.
Okay. But it's just something to think about. Like I said, if we're going to be inclusive and be a reflection, I think we have to either open it up for absolutely every religion to, be a part of this, or just remove it completely, and then we don't have to, kind of segregate things. That was all I had. Did anybody have anything else for the agendas? Well, there were some other, things we wanted to have fixed, for example, under the Board of Aldermen where it's listed, if we could put those in alphabetical order. Yes, the letterhead under the Board of Aldermen, if we could just put that in alphabetical order.
Okay.
That was all that came to me about the agenda. So if you guys want to take a quick look at it and see if there's anything else you want to add or take away or discuss. Alderwoman Cooper?
Thank you. Well, one of the things I wanted to see if we could, have some representation from each of the schools, if they're given an opportunity to either briefly present or submit information letting us know about things that they have going on. Like, they had a holiday concert at Spring Lake Middle School. So things like that, if we could figure out a way to communicate with them. And the other thing was, I think somebody said that the sunshine list, when they get the agenda, it doesn't have the attachments. Is that true?
It probably has a link to the website because a lot of times the attachments are too big.
Okay.
It probably has a link to the website. And something else that we're gonna, I'm glad you mentioned that, make sure that when it's sent out, it's blind copy.
Yes.
Because now it's sent to all two, so that means that everybody can see everybody else's email address, and just for
Yeah.
privacy, that we're gonna start BCC in that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and with the pledge, you just jar my memory. If we could open that up to, like the Girl Scout troops or, people from the school to come in, and that's going to increase participation, but inviting the VFW to come in and do the pledge, but just bringing in different organizations to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. That way it's not always, coming from one of us.
Uh-huh. All right. So, and again, this is, as we're all working together, we can adapt and change and keep building and making things the way that the board would like. But this is just a starting point. Really wanted to get out in front and kind of just some basic stuff about these different topics. So, all right, let's see. 7:30.
Just for, and I know you said it before, or Melissa said it, but the day for us to add items to the agenda is sent out the next day after the subsequent meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, that thing she sends us to add items to the agenda, you can't, it's not a fillable form, so I don't know why we get that. And
So, do you remember she was on, when she said she was on 98, she was referring to Outlook, or Office.
Okay.
So her Word documents and things were coming in messed up because we were on a newer software, and hers was very dated.
Okay.
So the transfer is a little skewed from old dated software to newer software.
Okay.
You have to do a conversion, and if that wasn't done, then it'll send things in all kinds of funky fashions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanna make sure it's a
And she
fillable
just got that
form.
updated, last week?
Yeah, IT did, I think last week before, yeah.
So we should be seeing some things a little different come from it.
That's crazy.
And we're gonna set up this is a spreadsheet format, but it'll have the meeting dates, and then it'll have your deadline to submit the items. And this we'll give it to you all, but it's mainly for departments, whatever they want to submit. And once we start implementing the agenda prep process, because it'll move things up a little bit. But I'll send you all these documents and templates once they're created. I'll send them to you through your tab now.
Awesome.
But yes, generally it'll be maybe a little bit sooner, but the day after that board meeting.
Okay.
And really and truly, you can just email back. You don't have to fill the form out.
Okay, cool.
You know. So, but that form is just put into a folder. All right, who's tired of hearing me talk?
Nobody. Wait, this is great information.
I will never watch the YouTube videos because I hate hearing myself talk. I don't know if y'all are like that.
There is something else. That FOIA request form,
Okay.
I don't think it need, I don't, we, in the past, we never required people to fill out that form. So, I think we need to look at that again, because I just don't think, you know, it's public information, it belongs to them. I don't think we should say, well, if you don't fill out this form, you can't get the information you requested. If it comes in an email and they ask for the information, I think we should just be able to send it to them.
And what was that?
The Freedom of Information Act form, there was a form created to, you know, require people to complete before they could get the information. I mean, if, you know, there's enough to do. If somebody wants the information, send it to them. You have their email address.
So the process now is request the information, you're sent a document to fill out, and then the information is given to you? So an additional step that, I mean, is there a reason for it? As having that additional step?
That's something I can work with Ms. Pierre, the town clerk, about that. I've seen it, there definitely needs to be a record of the public record they're requesting, just for our purposes. And that way they can say, I asked for this, but you gave me this. Then we can say, no, you asked for this and we gave you this. That's really just more of a record keeping on our end. The form may not be necessary as long as it's in some type of documentation, but I'll work with Ms. Pierre on the laws regarding that, our internal policy, and then we can report back to the board about some proposed changes to that.
Can we put it in our app and just have the request form on the app versus them sending an email requesting it? They just fill out the paper or the request form on the app or on the website. That way, one of the steps are eliminated.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it could be one of the drop-down boxes. Instead of being
Yeah.
tall grass, it would be FOIA request. And then that would then generate an email. I could send that specific type of request to a certain person, and then it would go to the clerk's office.
Yes. Yes, Melissa?
I don't know where you guys are at, but I just spoke, because you know it's kind of vague, some general statutes. I just called a town clerk about closed session minutes. Yes, the board can vote on them. Now, personnel, no, those can't come out, because that is over 100 years under record management. You know, that's 100 years when they can be released. Lawsuits, only if they've been settled. Economic development, of course, only if it's been closed and the business is up. So, but she said to Ms. Bamba or whoever, like you guys wanna start looking at some of them, the ones a long time ago, which there was a lot, some, a very long time ago. Again, personnel cannot ever come out. And then whichever one you want to, then I'll send them to the attorney to ensure that we can release them. You know, but she said yes, what you all can vote on closed session minutes to be released.
Thank you.
And I think that should be on a situation by situation basis,
Right.
because we have a lot that we don't even have approved yet. So we probably need to work on getting those approved. And then if somebody wants something, or you all want something, then happy to look into that on a case by case, instead of just going back and releasing everything. It's just a lot of time, but again, pleasure of board.
And I'm gonna have to pick up the pieces, because other than that, it'd be an hour and a half. So I have to pick them up in 20 minutes.
So if you don't mind, can we keep moving forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Where we at?
I'm still staying here between you and lunch, but texting's not me. So, I'm gonna go ahead and go into onboarding. And I have packets for you.
Yeah, because they said they have a big order.
Ms. Pierre, so, this has, it's locked.
Which one was?
I don't know, what did it say?
She'll have to be
There's
at
one
it.
that doesn't have service on
Yeah, well, you actually, I think that's a brand new one. Yeah, you got the brand new one.
Oh, you wanna switch? I'll switch with
Yeah, please.
you. You don't have to deal with that new
Yeah,
one.
because,
Yeah, because it has somebody's lock password on here.
yeah. There was like two of them, remember?
that are not from me.
They didn't want them.
This is.
Yeah, she'll have to deactivate. We thought everybody deactivated.
Yeah, and
You had your, well, you gave me yours. You had the one you signed for.
I put it over there on.
Oh, you did?
Oh,
You did, okay.
This is
At the
on
table.
my phone. And they
There you
still
go.
texting me, FaceTiming me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Raul, I called you on your personal phone and my cell phone, town cell phone number.
Oh, you did?
That's what I was about to do, call
Yeah.
myself,
Oh,
so I'll have my number.
it's not,
No, I called your
well,
personal
it's still
number.
locked from the prior user.
No, I called your personal number with my town cell phone.
Oh, okay. Well, don't do that.
No, so you'll have the number, I was working through you all. Getting ready to.
All right, so we'll go ahead and go into onboarding. So in your packet, and this is, Alderwoman, or Mayor Pro Tem Chadwick's. So I'm gonna use this one as an example, but, we'll get her stuff to her. So, and Ms. Cooper, obviously, you, already in the system, so lots of information here. This is gonna be your employee information sheet, and Terry Cock is gonna be your point of contact for this, and of course, myself and Melissa, if you have any questions. His email is thock@townofspringlake.com, THOCK@townofspringlake.com. So, to fill this out, and then, your W-4, I am not an accountant, so if you have any questions about withholdings, Terry or an accountant sure does. That is full disclaimer there. And then you're gonna have your state withholding. Fill this out in the bottom part. We do direct deposit. The policy is, the first check or the last check is always, paper check. So please provide your direct deposit information and you will get paid once a month.
What day?
Great question. It's always the, so we get paid 26 times a year, and let's see, it's last Friday, it's this Friday. I have to give you the pay calendar,
Okay.
because I don't know off the top of my head. But it varies, it's always the first payroll run of the month, but it can vary depending on where it lines up. And again, that is direct deposit. And so the Town of Spring Lake Health Plan information. You may recall last year during open enrollment, or not open enrollment, that's actually where you re-enroll in your benefits every year. That will be in May or June. During the budget, we went to the plan the town had was actually no longer going to be grandfathered in, so it was changing anyways, and the price was staying the same. But we needed cost savings, so we went to not as much the Cadillac plan. Now we probably have like a small Cadillac plan instead of a big Cadillac plan. It's still good insurance, but you can buy up to the Cadillac plan if you would like. And the buy-up information should be included back there. Yep, there's some slides back there. But this is just the form for the medical insurance. All board members' medical insurance is fully paid by the town, except for the $20 a month contribution, or $20 pay period, so it's $40 a month. Yes. And then if you buy up, it's an additional cost, and that information's in the slides I'll go over in a minute. So again, we do provide that benefit to all board members, and it's really good health insurance. So And as far as a waiting period, I will let you know. I know that any employees have a 30-day waiting period. I'm not sure what board members, I'm gonna assume so, but I will actually find out about that, okay?
So you're saying we have a health insurance plan regardless?
If you don't want it, you don't have to have it, and that would be a cost savings. But like if you have health insurance through your employer, you could elect not get it, and that would be perfectly fine. That's up to you, but it is a benefit that's offered.
I have a question. How long after you, like if you were an employee here, do they keep your records on file? Because I used to work at the rec center and I don't know if they still have all this information because it looks pretty much the same when I worked through it. Do you know if they still have it?
So that would be when you were as an employee, but now that you're a board member, it's different. So we would have it separate.
Gotcha.
Actually, I can tell you, all them you put down once somebody leaves or whatever.
Maybe just a little over a year and a half, maybe?
So
I think all.
So we, when after a certain amount of time, due to our storage capacity, we have to relocate files in different places.
Gotcha.
So we do that, and so active employees or board members are in one location, and then, non-active are no longer with us or in another location. So that would just be most helpful. And we also do dental and vision coverage too. And I believe obviously the life insurance. So, medical, dental, and vision. And you can see here on this sheet the cost.
It does say life insurance on this, so
Yeah.
is there life insurance involved in this policy?
Town employees get it. I need to verify board members. So every year during the budget, I have a spreadsheet. It's a salary spreadsheet, and it lists the board of aldermen, it lists all the employees, and then there's salary, any allowances when there was like cell phone allowances, and then it lists medical costs, dental, vision, short-term disability, all these types of things. But I don't recall if I had a column for life insurance for you. I'm not pretty sure, but I'll verify. And I'll send you an email and let you all know. I know the employees is based on the employees' salaries, so I'll find out. But I do know for sure medical, dental, and vision. All right, and then this is your Blue Cross Blue Shield application. That is who our health insurance is with. Community eye care enrollment form.
Question, the health insurance, or the Blue Cross Blue Shield, it says page 4, 7, and 8. Are those the pages that we're required to fill out, or do we fill out the entire packet?
Hold on one second.
Is it that whole? No, it's not all of it. It's like,
4, 7, and 8 are the ones you have to sign.
yeah.
Okay,
Yep, just to make sure you sign pages 4, 7, and 8.
okay.
And again, I'm not the HR person, but,
Got it.
community eye care, enrollment form, USA Able, so that does mean you get life insurance, so just answer my own question. As far as the coverage, he'd be able to let you know that you do, USA Able is our life insurance provider. You see your Delta Dental coverage form, and again, these are all if you want to have them. You don't have to have them if you would like to have them. All right. So going into the PowerPoint slides, the only time as any, like you're basically a new employee, a new board member, then you would be enrolling now. And I'll let you know about the wait periods. And then the next time to enroll or make any changes, unless there's a life-changing event, would be open enrollment. Okay, and a qualifying event is actual term: marriage, divorce, birth or adoption, loss or gain of other health insurance coverage. So say you decided right now you don't want health insurance coverage because you have it somewhere else, and then you lost that coverage or what have you, that would qualify in my opinion. But we would verify all that through HR. So Mr. Hawk's information is in that packet of slides, starts with this. And it just goes over our different, what everything covers. We have Helpline Blue, which is I should have put those slides up there, I'm sorry. It's a nurse you can talk to 24/7 instead of going out. And of course, COVID and all the telemedicine options now are really good. Standard plan or buy-up plan, we just spoke about that. The standard plan is still a great plan, and you can see the difference on this. This shows you your different plans that you can choose from, and the different out-of-pocket limits. The copays are similar, but it's going to be your out-of-pocket limit and your deductible. That's going to be the big difference in those two plans. I'm not going to bore you because you can read all of this, but that's the cost, and that's going to be per pay period. So employees, it's actually, you're going to double that because y'all get paid once. And this is ours, we get paid twice. And you just have to do the analysis of what the benefits are versus the increased costs, and then what you would like to cover. So for employees, and we'll go over this during the budget, employees, the standard plan to cover an entire family is about $1,400 a month. So, dental plan, some stuff there, how much it costs. You can see there it is, the employees paid out of town, so yours is covered. And then I believe the vision is around $4. And that's not covered by, no, it is covered by the town, so. That is that. IBA, Independent Benefit Advisors, is our broker. That's what that sheet is. So, that is your onboarding packet. If you could fill that out and get it to us in the next few weeks. And if Terry's not here, you may give it to Melissa, but ideally, if you wanted to schedule a time when Terry's here, so you could sit down with him and go over all of the packets, and any additional questions he couldn't answer over the phone or by email, then do it in person and get it all squared away then. Any questions? Any questions that you think I can answer that or aren't HR specific? Well, what we could do, Mayor Anthony, is if we want to go ahead and jump into budget, we can, and then we could take a lunch break. By the time she gets back with pizza, I think we'll be done with budget and could eat.
Let's do that. Let's keep going.
All right.
You guys need a break now, or you think, let's go.
All right. Okay. The next slide, please. Husband's gonna be glad I talked all day, because then I won't talk his ears off tonight.
Next time we have a long session like this, we're gonna get you a stool.
All right.
You want to sit down and bring the microphone over here?
No, I'm good. I need to stand up. I sit all day mostly. So, budget. Again, this is a topic we did talk about some yesterday, and our budget is the overall financial situation of the town is in somewhat of a dire situation, but we're continuing to improve it and get it on the right track. So, alrighty. So that is our budget. And this is my budget book. And we have to have our all paper copy, in the office, and Melissa has one, so anybody can come view it. And it has, I have my really fancy, Post-it notes to separate mine instead of tabs. But there's gonna be these forms, and then you're gonna see what we call green sheets. They're line item justification forms. So behind each one of these, there has to be a line item justification form. And if it's not on that green sheet, then technically without manager approval, depending on how much it costs, they're not allowed to buy. And that, it's pretty much a zero-based budgeting technique. So it requires department heads to really think about what they want and really analyze, talk to their departments, other employees, and really get a good budget, because a lot of times, I mean, it took so many iterations between Nancy and myself, and we had 11 budget balancing options with the last budget. So it is an iterative process, and you guys will see that in the springtime. But again, the point is that everything has to be justified, and basically it is a zero-based budgeting. That's what we do. The general fund, this is what we have this year.
We have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Comment, General Alderwoman Cooper.
Quick question.
Mhm.
Now that we are, at the, where you can't spend any money unless it's pre-approved, have we cut spending considerably?
Yes. So sometimes it's kind of a double-edged sword that due to the cumbersome process it takes to get, and the time it takes to get a PO, it kind of puts the impulse buy. So if you don't have your credit card linked to your, whatever you're buying online, you gotta go, if you don't know your number, you gotta go get it, and you're kind of like, oh, I don't feel like getting it, or I don't really need it. It's kind of that mentality. We do POs for like the utilities, paying our utility bills, Duke Energy, all that. We do encumbrances, which is a PO for the entire year. If people know they're gonna need this much paper or this many pens, we go ahead and do a PO for our office supply company. But for other little items or other things, they have to get individual POs, instead of a blanket PO.
Thank you.
So this is our general fund, and this is, so your revenues and your expenditures have to balance, they have to equal each other. And a lot of times you overestimate one and underestimate the other to have that cushion, so you can build back your general fund. But in our case, we have an actual line item that cannot be touched, and it goes back to the general fund no matter what.
Okay.
And that is about $285,000 is what's budgeted in there. Generally, most towns don't have that, because there's naturally just overages and increase in different
You said
revenues.
285.
Mm-hmm. And that is in your budget message and your budget books. So we have that in our water sewer fund and in our general fund. It's just a set aside of money that's automatically gonna go back to building those funds up. And then of course any extra money that hopefully we'll have from revenues hopefully being over and expenses being under budgeted. Water sewer is 3.9 million, and so your general fund is going to be, we consider it like we'll say our savings account. And so our general fund is what operates everything except our enterprise type, business type activities. The rest of those are business type activities except sprinkling. Well, it actually is too, because that's only gonna happen if there's fundraisers. So, the general fund is going to be police, fire, admin, town clerk, HR, governing body, parks and rec, and then streets. Streets, public buildings, and administration. So that's all made up in your general fund. And by law, there are certain things you can and cannot pay for out of your general fund. And the way that we provide support services to those different departments, to the other funds, is through interfund transfers, but they're based on formulas. So we take personnel, operating costs, etc., and charge back and use money from water, sewer, and other funds to go out. A big change for this year is going to be the fleet maintenance. So we put all of the repair and vehicle supply and maintenance into its own fund, Fund 80 by fleet. And then there's chargeback, support services, interfund transfers, all the same thing, back to fleet from all the different funds, all the different departments. But that helps just with operation of that department. So the fleet maintenance is fully 100% funded by all the other funds and all the other departments. It just keeps it together. Water sewer, it's a business type activity. You'll see in the audits, business type activities. That's going to be your enterprise, water sewer, stormwater, sanitation, fleet, and spring clean. Again, fleet maintenance is fully funded by the other funds. Sanitation was operating at a loss for a number of years. Water sewer is also operating at a loss. Neither of those are operating at a loss this year. They are all revenues and expenditures matched, and we charge the appropriate amount of money for those services now. So that's the budget. I don't want to go too much into what I would change with last year's budget and all that. I'll go more into that budget when we start really budgeting, but that's the overview of the budget.
Can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
And I don't know if you're gonna go into this at a later date, but under the general fund, it talks a bit about, Spring Lake property acquisitions and how that's funded. Can you explain that a bit?
So in the previous audit, it was listed as a blended component unit of the town. I'm not gonna go into too many specifics of that organization due to the situation we're in right now with it. But there are no funds budgeted in the town of Spring Lake budget this year to pay for any activities related to Spring Lake property acquisition.
Awesome.
So. Okay. Any other questions about those funds, our budget? So you can see we have a large budget. That we do not have the electric, so if we were electricity, or had our own electric system, we would have another fund for electric, but, some places have sanitation in their general fund. Here it's not, it's a separate fund. Stormwater is also a separate fund because we do get, on your tax bill, you'll see a separate, stormwater fee. And then that sanitation fee is also separately billed on your tax bill, broken down, one bill broken down though. And then the spring clean is part of Parks and Rec, and that was funded based solely on revenues from fundraisers. So there's no expenses, it looks like it, but if the revenues don't come in to $10,300, then there can be no expenditures coming out without a budget amendment and moving $10,000 from the existing Parks and Rec budget to there to make that happen, which is something the board can decide. All right. Next. So it's just some big picture items regarding budget amendments. Excuse me. That is anytime the budget needs to be changed. It's got to go through what's called a budget amendment. In the budget ordinance, which is in your budget book, you will see that the town manager has the authority to move $5,000 within the same department. And then anything that's moved from department to department or fund to fund, and that really has to be done through interfund transfers, and all those formulas have to be reworked, has to be approved by, was the Board of Aldermen, now the official approval comes through LGC. But the Board of Aldermen are made aware, and then once the town regains complete control of finances, and the Board of Aldermen will approve those budget amendments. So, I'll explain that quickly. What that is, so say we needed to move $500 from janitorial supplies to office supplies. Then I could do that in-house and see why do they want to move it. Was it a budgeting error? Do they think they're going to be over in this one, but they really need, printer paper or printer, whatever it is. Then I can sign that line item transfer form. But if I wanted to move something from police to fire, the Board of Aldermen or the LGC have to approve it, depending on where we're at. And then anything over 5,000, whether it's within the department or department to department, then the LGC or board has to approve it. And that can be set in the budget ordinance each year. That amount is just what we set last year to make sure we were really looking at the finances and knowing what was going on. Any questions about amendments?
Alderwoman Cooper?
Yeah, thank you. Not necessarily amendments, but I know we are doing a lot of contracting. Is that something the board should be aware of, as far as what those, contracts entail and how much money we're talking about?
The board can know, but there is a policy that the town manager has the authority to, execute contracts under a certain amount. That threshold is $50,000.
It's $50,000? Okay, so then we wouldn't have to see those contracts or approve or deny or anything like that. Okay.
And contracts for services of that type of nature, contract services for employees, code enforcement, those type of things, generally are held under daily operations.
Okay.
But it's something I could definitely, I think, in the manager's report, say, hey, we executed these contracts.
That'd be nice.
For instance, the uniform, Centos, our uniform company, we were not, getting charged the government rate. So, once I realized that, I went through and did an assessment of all the uniforms, what they have, we're charging, what we actually have, did an inventory, and asked for the government rate, and we're saving close to 70% on overall.
Will they give us
Huge.
back pay for that?
We got back pay for some, but again, stuff like that, I re-executed that contract.
Awesome. Alderwoman Cooper?
Yes, ma'am.
So as far as contract employees, I think, could we be told who these people are? Because if they're working on behalf of the town, I think, because sometimes I've called and somebody has picked up and I'm like, who is that? And so, if we could know who our contract employees are, that would help, I think.
And I'd also like to do like employee introduction. So whenever we hire new employees at whatever next board meeting after their first day, they come in and their supervisor or whoever they are would say, hey, this is so-and-so, they work in this department.
You could put them on the website too now.
Yeah, we should, our directories.
Yeah.
That just triggered something that's not related to budget for me, but I want to tell you before I forget, or I just wrote it down. But is there any way we can do, just a meet and greet with the entire staff, or as many as we can get at one time? Maybe if it's just, a 30-minute session in the morning or, 30 minutes in the evening, but where we can introduce ourselves to the staff and allow them to, introduce themselves to us.
Absolutely. I think that's a great idea, something we can plan for January. We could probably do, we can get something.
Awesome.
All right, I think the food may be here, but I'll finish this up and then, that way we're at a stopping point going to the next item. Revenues versus expenditures. So your revenues is your money that's coming in, and your expenditures is your expenses and the money you're spending to run the town. Those have to equal each other for us to pass the budget. And then naturally, like I said earlier, hopefully revenues are higher, expenditures are lower, and that excess money goes to fund balance. Our general fund balance, our initial projections were about negative 1.8 million. I think it might be closer to negative 2 million. But we're going to get those final numbers pretty soon, hopefully. Waiting on the auditor's report to be released, and then we'll get started on 2021's audit. So the water and sewer, their net position, so their savings account is called net position. I don't have those exact balances in front of me, but they're in a positive. Okay, that's good. Again, so overall, let's say mid-year somebody wanted to buy 25 high-sale horses. So that means however, if they cost $100,000, which would be way more than that, $100,000 has to be cut from somewhere, or $100,000 in increased revenue has to come in. So if we want to change something or do something, you got to cut something else or have to find an increased revenue. Capital projects, so this year we budgeted capital projects in only the water and sewer fund and the stormwater fund. The stormwater fund, we have $100,000 to do stormwater repairs, drainage ditches for flow of water. And then I believe we have $50,000 for a water sewer master plan, but we're going to leverage the funds from the being a distressed utility for a AIA and a water sewer master plan together. So capital projects haven't been done in a very long time, but if there's extra funds, and thankfully in water and sewer and stormwater there is, we're doing those things because it's required. We don't start planning how we're gonna do things and then implementing those changes, our systems are gonna fail.
What are the two capital projects that we have?
Water sewer master plan and stormwater.
Did you say that, did you?
Is there any way, if we do an RFQ, is there any way we could kind of be letting, be told that we're sending an RFQ out, or is that just like too much?
I could, I mean, that's in our weekly email, that's
Okay,
fine.
yeah, cause I had somebody that called me and say, hey, I heard y'all had an RFQ out, and I was like, huh?
Did I know that same person?
You do. You do.
Yeah, absolutely. And that consultant library is really cool because it allows us and knows everybody who submits an RFQ. Hopefully we'll get people who specialize in different areas of infrastructure and even engineering and civil type work. And then the board will vote on who gets on that master list, and then we can call any one of those instead of having to go through an RFQ process for each individual. Like if we need 300-foot of sidewalk engineered, we don't have to put out an RFQ.
Right.
We can go directly to somebody and get the plans drawn and really speed things along, and have a different pool of resources. But you guys have to approve whoever gets on that list. And I think emailing the RFQ is really good because you guys might have contacts and networks that you can send it out to, so we can get better responses.
Right.
It's great. So next year we're gonna look to do some more capital projects, just depending on funds, and we'll again work through that during the budget process. Any questions that you have of me, please let me know. This is the first year in a while that they've actually used the accounting system to do the budget. So these are from our accounting system, and this is what we're using now. So again, still be a changing process. And credit cards. So nobody has credit cards. I think there's one department that has one because they are the FEMA responder emergency. But I am the keeper of all credit cards. Credit cards have to be authorized. You have to fill a form out, telling exactly what you're going to spend, what the account is, and then I give you that card and it has to come right back. Same policy that if you don't have receipt, you're personally liable. If you bring it back and don't have receipt, you're going to pay me for that, whatever it was that was ordered.
So we plan on keeping things like that? Keeping it this way, where you are only in control, you're the only person in control of the credit cards. Good.
Yep, until we can get to the point. A lot of towns, the departments have key cards. They have their own cards in their pocket. But the town has a history of credit cards. So right now we're keeping it this way. And that's all I have for right now.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Alderman Palacios?
What is the budget for the Board of Aldermen? So I'm asking, if anything specifically is budgeted for training or travel, what the scope of that is.
So there is no training or travel for any position this year, or even including the board, unless it was required of the job. So like our building inspectors, they have continuing ed, fire, they have certain things that they have to keep up, unless it was required for certification or part of their job, then it was not budgeted. So governing body overview, you'll have obviously salary, longevity, which the new board members will not get longevity this year. You will get it, I believe, next year. Office supplies, food and provisions, gifts and flowers, which is paying for like plaques and stuff like that. If there's ever flowers sent to a family because of a bereavement, a death, that's out of HR. Software and maintenance contracts, and other software maintenance, insurance, dues and subscriptions. So that's going to be the town dues, like the town memberships. But that's it. There's no travel training in this year's budget.
Software maintenance, what's that?
So your software maintenance is going to be, hold on 1 second. That's why they send you Danny green sheets, because there's hundreds, probably thousands of line items in our chart of accounts. So that is going to be, code amendments that are done, and then your yearly code supplement, actually, excuse me, service and maintenance contract in general. That's the title of that category, but it's for the Unicode.
Okay.
So Unicode is the ordinances and the governing body adopts the ordinances, so that's what's in there.
Yeah.
And then the other one is, should be Laserfish's.
Are we using that?
Yeah. Do we even use Laserfish?
Yep, we just, restarted that. We worked with them and we renegotiated that contract all the way down. We had like 19 users or something. We have, I think, we paid for 5 users. And got what we really needed out of it instead of paying for stuff we don't use. I'm a big proponent of using something fully, or if we don't need it all, let's put that back.
You say laser.
Laserfish.
Fish.
Laserfish.
It's an online record keeping software, and it's been reinstalled on the server. So since the cyber attack last November, there's been some issues, but we got it all loaded back. We lost everything, so she's having to reload everything. But Laserfish, you can literally go in and Melissa can type in a word and it will look through all the minutes, all the agendas, everything, contracts we have stored on there, and it will pull stuff up. So you don't have to go through files. And that way it's eternal or forever record keeping system.
So, back to Alderman Palacios' question, can we revisit that? The
Training.
yeah, training.
You can during the budget year.
No, I mean, we can't revisit it now, I mean, this year.
You sure you can, but well, you have to find somewhere else to take it from.
And we gotta get the money for it.
No.
So, we don't have to take it from another, area. We can get sponsors or, get grants or whatever to get to pay for our training as well.
Oh yeah, like if it's somebody else pays for it, the town wouldn't really need to even be involved unless you wanted us to register you for it.
Yes.
Register for you. The essentials of municipal government classes, like she said yesterday, is free. The town, you all did receive a scholarship for that through Golden Leaf.
I have a question on that though. Is that already said and done?
I have the email, so I'll be sending that to you for you to register everybody. There's a promo code in it.
Is that the one where
So
Golden
you
Leaf?
have a code to put in for, instead of the credit card number?
What kind of
Is that the Golden Leaf scholarship?
Golden Leaf Foundation, they do the economic development scholarship. They do a lot of different stuff.
Okay.
I'll be scouting out some scholarships and sponsorships to get us in as many trainings as I can.
Yeah, I know the local government federal credit union does a lot of, so we might wanna get to be members of it, but they do a lot of scholarships too.
You guys can help out with that too. Just do some Google searches if we find some classes, and we'll see if we can creatively get it funded for us.
And there's a lot of stuff out there that is free and that is virtual or, at little to no cost virtual now because of COVID. It's amazing how much the world has changed. So.
Any other questions, comments? Melissa? Oh, that's a good comment. You should have raised your hand for that one. Okay, well, we can go ahead and break for lunch and come back in about 20 minutes.
Sure. See you back at 12:30.
Is the place empty?
Awesome. 10 minutes, I'll be taking this care of.
Alright. So, we just finished up with budget, and again, that was very high level, and we'll have a lot of budget work sessions, and be explaining that process in more detail as we move forward. So, next is project and initiatives, and this is not an all-inclusive list. This is just some stuff we're working on right at this moment. We have, and I believe, did they all get the spreadsheet document? Was that from you?
This one here?
Yes.
Oh, that, yeah.
Okay. And so, you know, I think as part of the budget retreat, we keep compiling and adding things to that list, and then we prioritize them. And then we create a work plan with realistic completion dates and work towards those. Because I do feel that's something that myself and our finance team, we are doing, and we either prioritize all of those matters with LGC, because most of those are financial in nature, and then I'm setting a work plan with those goal dates and completion dates, so we can stay on track. So we focus, and you know, every day there's something new that pops up and something else we have to take care of, but I really want to have a very strategic work environment moving forward. So either way, right now, so the website, a few years ago, the Board of Aldermen voted to have a new website. That website it's live now, but the old website is also up, but after December 31st, it will come down. So everyone can go to that, and then that's something we can talk about in the future. But the exciting thing is that we have a mobile app that a lot of people may not know about. If you have an Android phone, the app is still available to download, but due to our Apple account, so we have to have a developer something, but since we're a government entity, they waive the fee for that, but we just have to fix it. There's something wrong with it. And I'm not an IT person, as you can tell, or an Apple person. So once we get that fixed, people who have Apples will be able to download that. It actually comes at a good time because they are upgrading the interface of that app and making it more user friendly. So we'll be rolling that out, and that's going to be a pretty big push. And actually, I will probably have either our rep or Chris, who does our website, to do kind of a short presentation on it. One for the public's sake and for your sake of how to use the app. But like I said, we're going to be using this mobile app for an internal work order system and for external. And people can submit anonymous complaints, or they can submit them public or private. So there's 3 different ways. If you submit a complaint public, anybody can see who submitted it and what it's about. So that's at the discretion of whoever submits it. But there's all different categories. I mean, if we build it however we want to. It's been in place. We've had it since, I think, 2018. It's been a while. It's longer than that, because it costs a few $1,000s to build, and then there's a yearly subscription. And so I looked into it and weighed out the pros and cons, and it's worth it to me to keep paying that because of all it could do. I didn't realize how much it could do, because at first I was like, it's expensive, we don't need it, but it's really cool. But it allows us to keep track of things. It maps out stuff, so we can, as part of your manager's report, I can show you where we're getting the most complaints, what type of complaints they are. Just that data portion of it's really cool too. So that's that, and the consultant library. Any questions about the app?
Real quick, do you know if it's gonna be able to have the capability to say, send a message to your mayor or send a message to Alderman Palacios? Will it have that capability?
It can. So there's different modules you can add on. There's a messaging portion so part of what we have, we pay for a certain type of communication, and then, of course, you have to buy more if you want more. So I have to look into the specifics of it. But I'll find out.
Okay, thank you.
I know when you submit a complaint, depending on what the complaint is, that category will go to a certain person. So we could probably build it.
Can we do that, excuse me, in conjunction with, being able to assign older people to respective areas? That way, if something comes from Deerfield, let's say Raul was the assigned altar person for that area, it'll go directly to him and however it goes.
Yeah, we can set up wherever we want it to go to.
Okay.
That's good.
Make that note. Okay. Any other questions? And also through that, we'll be able to do push notifications, and people who sign up, they'll get notifications about anything that we post on our website or the app. They'll get notified. So really just trying to increase that transparency and that communication with the public. The RFQ consultant library, so we spoke about this earlier. Mr. Tim Garner in Water Resources, he is the Water Resources Director, put in an RFQ. Consultant library, list of consultants, hopefully specializing in various different water, sewer, transportation, anything, A to Z that a town would need. And then the board can choose from one of those. You guys would set that list, you would adopt that list. I don't believe the LGC has to adopt that because it is financial, but it's not. But I'm pretty sure generally in a normal situation, all board of aldermen, they approve consultant libraries and things like that. So that will be coming before you. It closes pretty soon, and then we'll review those in-house, and then hopefully we got a lot of, and we can add everybody to the list. There's no limit on how many people we have. The more the merrier. So FTCC, I've been working with FTCC for a while, and Mayor Anthony has as well. And some initiatives they have something called the Hope Initiative, and trying to do something similar in Spring Lake. And Fayetteville Tech is paying for all of this as part of their services they provide. We've had some meetings, and we have a survey that once I communicate back with Fayetteville Tech, I think we'll be ready to send it out. And it is a survey asking people what they want, what kind of college and certifications they want to have. We're going to do our best to get the survey out to whoever we can. We have QR codes. We're going to put it in our flyers. I'm going to actually ask the police department when they're on patrol in community areas, they're giving out flyers with the link to the survey, actual paper surveys, whatever we need to do to really get the word out, because we want to find out what our community wants to see, what kind of higher education they want. We want to have an employable community. We want to develop a workforce. So, and FTCC they have been a great partner, and they're really on board with this. So,
Anything?
So it's going to be anything from like administrative type stuff, and these programs are free. These certifications are free. And I'm going to be requiring some of my team to go to some of these. They're free. So that we're going to find out what people want, and then the classes are free through Fayetteville Tech.
Some of the things they were offering is like HVAC, plumbing, maintenance, as well as like IT, coding, Microsoft Word and Office, things like that.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
And any of our team wants to go, anybody from the community. They're going to do some training for our town employees. If we have maintenance positions that need more, they want some certifications, they want to learn more. We want to do that for, again, employees and community members. So this is just the start, but I'm really excited about it and what it can do. We're going to try, we have some partnerships with the local schools and speaking with principals about using some of the labs and other facilities. We have some stuff here that we're going to use. Also had the idea of setting up right here, like in front of this boardroom, Fayetteville Tech representative, once we get the survey results, and like a computer, and so people come in and pay their water bill, they can sign up for college right there, and it's free. So we're going to the people to get them what they want and what they need. So just ways to try to just reach out and what we can do to help. So really excited about that. Thank you, Dr. Washington at Fayetteville Tech. She's wonderful, and the presidents, the vice presidents, and the other various people who are working with us on that. Public safety organizational study. This is something that we talked about during the budget adoption. I don't know if you recall that, Alderwoman Cooper, but this is only going to be on police and fire, and there are a few more logistical items I need to work out, but then we will look for consultants who specialize in public safety organizational assessments to look at the staffing, what it needs to be, what it looks like now, job descriptions versus what they really do, the staffing numbers, the number of people in police and fire, the position types, and then the pay. So that way, going into budget, we have a data-driven decision, as well as a common sense and all those other things about how we need to staff those departments and what we can do to improve morale and public safety in town as a whole, but specifically to this study, just really an in-depth dive into that department. And there are funds budgeted for that. We talked about the capital projects, so I won't go over those again. This is a big one, financial stability. So getting the town back on a stable ground. And we have the policies and procedures in place now to do that. And we also have the staff here through contract basis. So the next step in that is going to be getting permanent staff in those positions to continue what we've been doing and make sure they're qualified professionals. And then staffing this kind of hand in hand. We have some interim roles in various department head positions, getting those filled. And unfortunately, it was kind of a wait and see game for a while. We're still waiting on the auditor's report release, and it's multifaceted. But we're recruiting for those. We're going to look into some specialized recruitment and really try to promote these openings we have, because we have quite a few openings. Committee, I should say committee assessment, not assignment, but I apologize about that. And this is something that I talked about a few with department staff, but really looking at the committees that we have, and in your book that Ms. Pierre provided, there is a list of the committees we have, and really looking at the bylaws of those, the composition of the board members, their terms, everything from A to Z, the staff liaison to those committees, as well as who, really sure there should be an ex officio, so there should be a board member on each of those committees. So really looking into that and assessing where we are and making sure they're in line with best practices.
Alderwoman Cooper.
Thank you. The thing with the committee assessment, and we probably have to do this at an actual meeting, I think that we should probably suspend any of those activities until we get proper staff trained properly, and board members trained properly to be ex officio members of those committees and be staff liaisons to those committees. So that should probably be something we put on the agenda in January.
All right. Okay, and next contract review, like I spoke about earlier, one of the contracts where we had significant cost savings was the Centos uniform one. That estimated savings over 5 years is around at least $50,000.
That's good.
And looking at insurance, little thing, do we still have that vehicle? Do we still have that tractor or whatever it is? That saves money. Look at our Xerox and downsizing on that, and doing print migration. Not everybody needs, copiers in their offices, and really streamlining, because for instance, there's one copier that, and I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I want to say 2,000 copies was like $3.80 on one copier, but on another copier, just the way that it works out, it was $22.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a big difference, and those little things, they add up, and it helps us get us back on our feet. So We're still doing contract review on all different types of contracts. The cell phones, switching over to town issued cell phones versus cell phone allowances save the town over $30,000. It's again, little things like that. So we're still reviewing contracts. And next on projects and initiatives. Policy and ordinance updates. Again, the board, and I know some of you have, we talked about some ordinances that obviously been in place for a really long time and need to just be updated. And then these policies, it went backwards, but you have them on your slides. There's a lot of financial policies that we need to work on. We'll be looking at every single policy, but these are just kind of the ones that are first and foremost that we'll be looking at. Fund balance policies, I'm not gonna read all those, but you can see that just a lot of how moving forward the town needs to run, to maintain, and get us more financially stable. Some of these will take priority over others, and we'll be implementing sooner rather than later. Instead of adopting an entire policy handbook at one time, we'll be updating them. Some of them individually, as we see the need, okay, we need to go ahead and get this one rolling. And then ordinances is the same thing, but all of these are policies. So the difference between a policy and an ordinance is an actual law that's in our book. A policy, that's in, like our Muni Code. We have a nice little binder in there, and a policy, it's not a law, it's just a policy. Does that make sense? Okay. So, that's all I have for projects and initiatives. Any questions about those? All right. You're almost done hearing me talk. An hour ahead of schedule.
Yay.
Okay. So future plans. The future plans are, of course, we'll start having our normal meetings. And then we will have a Board of Aldermen budget retreat, which will be sometime in February or March. We'll have budget meetings before that, but that will be, generally, it's just like this, a day or two work session, usually be a full first day and half second day or 2 full days, whatever we need done, probably here or maybe at FTCC or somewhere, but due to funds not like outside of town. But I think that time, and I would love for you all to think about what you want to see there. We will go over budget, but that could be also a time where we really look at visions and goals, and mission statement, strategic planning, and kind of set the tone for this board and what you all want to see. Because we, the manager carries out the visions of the board, and whatever you all would like to see. So that is what we want to do, that's what I want to do, and that's a really good time to get that started, and that way we can report back on where we're at on those different initiatives and goals that you all want to see. So in the budget, of course, it'll be some good discussion about budget. We talked about the Essentials of Municipal Government Training course. That is, we'll get you all registered for that. So we'll use your email addresses and all your information, and you should be getting an email about that saying you're registered pretty soon. And I would like, and these are my future plans, so there's time here I want to hear y'all's thoughts. Team building between the board, and then team building with the staff, you know, internally with my team, you all as a team, and then I really like the meet and greet idea together. And just really building that family, and that, we don't want to call it family, team building. Right, yes, good one, good word. And ARP funds. So we have gotten half of our ARP funds. We're scheduled to get over $3.8 million. And there's certain ways that it has to be spent. We are holding right now to see what the state's going to do, what the county's going to do, because we don't want to do the same things, and make sure we use our funds wisely. But we'll be getting started on that soon. We are taking care of the reporting deadlines and all that. There's not much to report because we haven't spent anything, but there still are little things we have to do. So that's, along with the projects and initiatives we're doing, that's just the immediate future plans that we have, that I have and see for the town, for you all. But I am done talking, unless you have questions of me, and I want to hear from you.
Any questions about what was covered? Okay, we will go with closing thoughts then, and we can start with you, Marvin, if you have any closing thoughts for us, or anything you want to say.
Please pass along the congratulations, the hard work, the effort that your team has put into briefing us. I know that it was very valuable from my standpoint to get their perspective, get the ins and outs of things that are taking place in this town, and a lot of the things that have not been brought to light. So, thank you.
Absolutely, I will, thank you.
Just to piggyback off of him, this was very informative, and I do appreciate the time and effort that was put, because I know it wasn't easy, because this is a lot of information, and then in the short amount of days, I mean, you all made it happen, so thanks again.
Thank you.
Yeah. The same. I don't know if this is a common thing, but certainly elected officials could benefit greatly by following this lead. This open, informal way of communicating and learning. This is great. So thank you to the town employees. Thank you, Samantha, Melissa, and Bernard being here.
Absolutely.
We owe it all to her.
Well,
Thank you.
I know Miss William Weber knows how I feel about her. You're always class act. You do a great job, and you keep us well informed as best you can with the information you have. I appreciate Bernard, appreciate Melissa, and all the staff. I've always enjoyed talking to them just on a personal basis, because their job is to report to talk to you, communicate with you. So I do want to thank everyone, and I want to thank my wonderful colleagues up here who have made this so pleasant and enjoyable. So thank you.
Do you want to kind of have any things to discuss?
Oh,
we can look at them, kind of
later.
review them later, and then do another budget
I need
retreat.
to add some stuff.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. For the things to discuss, you guys want to review them now, add to it. There's some space on here, add things that you may want to discuss during the retreat, and then we can kind of go through them in detail. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I left some off, I'm sorry, so.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. Awesome. Well, I will echo the sentiments of my compadres, compatriots, other board members. You guys rock. This training has been phenomenal, very informative, and I'm just excited to get the work done. I like the fact that we are developing this vision, and I know we are going to change this town rapidly. As rapid as government procedures can go. But I'm excited about each and every one of you, so let's get this done.
It's just a drive-through.
You need to throw out all your old masks, please.
That was an accident. Kat, did you want to put anything in? Did you have anything to say with the closing thoughts?
No, I apologize. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Awesome. Samantha, did you have any closing thoughts?
Come on, bitch.
Get her a tissue.
For 5 hours.
Leave the family in there.
I took them all and slapped them.
That's
That's
okay.
various times. So, just thank you for today and yesterday. It was really good, and I'm not crying. I just choked. Everyone on YouTube. So I look forward to working with you all, and we're committed to seeing the town and getting permanent staff in place. And I'm with the COG, so I'm always here to help. Even when I'm no longer the manager, I'm always here as any kind of services y'all need. We provide to any member government. And I'm here to help the town grow and see it through. So, thank you.
Awesome. Well, I will entertain a motion for adjournment. Alderman Lackman.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
I second that.
Awesome. The motion's been moved and properly second. Any questions? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Bernard? Thank you all for your time. It was awesome.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you soon. Enjoy your week.